All right. Good morning, everybody. It is about 10 minutes after 4 in the AM. So I got about 10 minutes until it's time to get going. I am your host for Anarchy Television number 2, the Wingnut Radio. That's right. I am your host for this evening or this morning. And it's quite possibly, if anybody actually comes out here, man, I could probably get some people up on panel. But yeah, conversation is open, panel is open, and that's another thing too. I got to put the damn thing up in there. Let's see here. Let me put that in there. Get that there. Let me go over here. Okay, there we go. Went ahead and pinned the damn link on there. And if anybody will find their way over here. What's up, Kino? Good to see you there, sir. See if I can provide a place. Nobody really had any place else to go, so I was like, fuck it. I've got a place. I got a place over here for anybody that wants to get in on it. And, all right. I haven't really done a panel talk in a while, so this is a good time to do it. Up. It's let's see here. 12 minutes after 4 o'clock in the morning, local time here. So it's pretty damn close to 4:20. So it's pretty. It's perfect time to have one of these conversations, and you know, and we're gonna get a little bit of that going on there, man, and yeah, head start because it's not quite time yet. Uh, 13 minutes. It's almost time. Hey, Kino. I was not able to put my link in the chat over on the other on Tom on Tom's. Hey, Ghetto. Yeah, I was not able to put it on the regular chat because I'm not a mod over on Tom's. I don't know if anybody or if everybody got a hold of that or even know about it, all that stuff they wanted to come over. I could only put it in the private chat. So, um, yeah, there you go on that end of it. So I don't know if anybody out there on there like actual just that was just in the chat that wanted to follow over here or not. I wasn't able to put it in there because I'm not a mod. So Huckleberry, it's awesome to see everybody popping in. It's awesome. I haven't had a live panel talk thing in a while, so this will be good. Um, you know, so Outdoor Adventures with Ron. What's up? Oh, cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah, because I could only put it in the private chat. I wasn't able to put it in the other chat in the regular chat. Um, so I had to, if anybody else was like not able to find it and all that stuff, because I'm not very popular on this channel. This is my second channel on my backup or whatever. On my panel talk channel. Yeah, what's up, Andy? Born a Racer. What's up? What's up? What's up? Good to see everybody coming in. It's good, 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 good. Come on in, man. Conversation is open. We don't have to get all into all kinds of deep ass shit, but you know what I mean. We can. It doesn't matter. Um, um, just reading everybody's chat. That's all. Free Rebel, you made it over here. Good, good, good. Looks like yeah, 626. That's the real one. Okay, I um I know which one is the difference between the two. Wildflowers and weed. What's up? What's up? Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't sure if anybody was that or unfamiliar and all that stuff was able to find their way over here from Tom's because I wasn't able to put the link in the main chat or the regular chat. Yeah, yeah, I get it there. 626. But anyway, for people that really don't know me or are not familiar with me, I am your host for Anarchy Television, the number two. I am Wingnut Radio. I am the Wingnut, and uh, yeah, yeah, right on. Here's your face palm. That's a good. That's a good one. It's interesting. Interesting name. Yeah, cool, 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 cool. Yeah, this channel right here that I'm on now is like it doesn't have a lot of content at the moment, man, and very little. I just kind of like on my main channel. I was doing this on my main channel also, so I was just you know decided to kind of break it apart and keep my main channel basically what it was normally what I mainly did it for, and then kind of brought all of the panel talk type stuff on this channel because making its own thing. Because it's bigger than my main channel, in my opinion. It's just needs its own room, its own elbow room. Because not only do I do the live stuff here, because I mean, I like the back room, the um, what I call the speakeasy. It's really nice too. I'll have hours of that stuff sometimes too. Yeah, wildflowers and weeds, man. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I tend to um like I was trying to keep it really, you know, um calm like over on Tom's because I mean I respect Tom for him and his channel and all that stuff. But it's like some of the stuff that I find doesn't get really discussed to find out or figure out remedy for what's going on. Uh, I think we just keep on um, I like if I was to think about it like as a chess game, the goal is to take the opponent's queen down, and I what it feels like is that majority of people keep on paying attention to all the other players on the board other than the actual objective, and mm, it's one of them things, man. What's up, Wingnut? I mean, Independent. What's up? What's the main topic on my other channel? Well, it mostly deals with the CB stuff. Like a lot of video gates and stuff, or skip conditions or radio stuff. I also just do other stuff. I tend to make things. I go on rants sometimes. I don't know. It's just one of them things. It's like I don't know. It's just I was trying to keep it more my main channel mostly on the CB stuff and me making things and talking and stuff. But the panel talks now, that was it's just it could get too much. So I was just like, well, it needs its own channel. So I used my backup channel, and that's what I'm using it for. And that's what this is right here. This is my backup channel to do mostly like the live panel talk type stuff. Um, because it's bigger than my. It needs its own room. It needs its own elbow room. That's the reason why I did that. Yeah, yeah, India. I mean, I sit back and I listen to a lot of stuff, man. I mean, because quite honestly, I learn a lot more by listening than I do talking. But when I do have something to say, I do say it, and sometimes, um, mm, I'm a little bit more direct and a little bit more um, straightforward than most people are accustomed to, and they don't know how to take it, or they, you know what I'm saying? Um, because like I said, the objective in a chess game, if you were to, because all this is just one big game, but if you were to compare it to a chess game, the objective is to take the queen, the take the queen down of the opponent, take the queen down of your opponent. All right, that's the objective of a chess game. All right, so, but the thing is, it's like it seems like a lot of people are not concentrating on the actual objective of the game. You keep like paying attention to the rooks and the pawns and shit. You're putting all your focus on that, and it's not getting us anywhere. You know what I mean? It's not getting us to because they're very diligent. The other team, and they seem to live after so many years of decades of generations of planning and infrastructure and placement. They've got a lot of coordination involved. So I mean, their objective, they're going straight for it. They're going after it, and they're not getting distracted. So what the fuck? We need to get our head in the game or something. You know what I mean? Because they're playing a game and they're using our lives in the process to get their way. They don't care how many lives they destroy to get their objective. You know what I'm saying? You're just in the way from their objective. So, you know, uh, I get that people just want to be left alone. I totally get it because I would just want to be left alone. But they're not going to leave us alone. They're not going to leave us alone. I mean, the only way they're not going to leave us alone is if the opposition is eliminated. It If the game is over and one of the queens on the board are down. You know what I mean? So the objective. And this is another thing too, man. And this is something that, like, even like I was like, uh, I wanted to get kind of like into the philosophical conversation with like Bug Out with, is like on, you know, how do you fight evil without becoming evil? I mean, I mean, I mean, most likely in reality, when evil come at you in the physical realm, it's going to use violence and use fear and threat, if not, death. So you would have to, in a sense, return that, in a sense, to fight back in 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 self-defense, in a sense. I don't know. It's one of them things that I've been thinking about, like on this, just even the subject of like vigilante, where they've demonized the whole idea of vigilantism and stuff. Because I was watching this movie, with the movie The Punisher, and I was sitting there thinking, I was like, can you imagine if there was like millions of Punishers out there, just going out and taking these people that are, and punishing them for their crimes. You know what I mean? You know, no matter what job title they hold, worldwide. Can you imagine? I mean, if there was an actual like, I don't know, group of superheroes out there fighting evil, fighting for the good. Yeah, they talk about they you got these like people like on like 4chan and Reddit and all that stuff, and talking about these like the so-called white hats, so-called white hat um, group that are in the so-called government, that are actually fighting for us and doing good in the background and blah blah blah. I'm still wondering if that's actually a reality, because I haven't seen any proof of it ever. I just hear like people, more like they they want it to be, so they think it is. It's not. I haven't seen any proof of it happening, of anything happening. Like I don't know. Let me see here. What's going on in the chat? You know, I, that's the problem, and that's the thing. It's like that's the reason why I was saying it's like when it come down to the petrodollar scenario and what's going on up there. There's like the Rockefellers. They're probably making money on both sides of that fucking shit that's going on up there right now. All right, you know what I mean? And on top of that, they're probably funding both sides of it. On top of that, they're making money and funding it. You know what I mean? That's another thing too. Is like, when it comes down to uh, what they're doing, what they want to do, they want to make it this universal, like, um, you know, quote unquote government. One government for all governments. They want to do that. They want to make a universal currency, in a sense. All right, that's the reason why they're trying to push to like that digital currency. All right, and they, because they consider us products. The people, they would consider them, because they think they know better for the rest of the people, how we should live, how we dictate ourselves, how we should think, what we should eat, what we uh, what should we talk about, and how should we talk about it. They think they know better for the rest of us. And you know I and it really boils down to the commerce, the money. All right, because they think that since they have control over that, they can control all of us, because that will control everything. If they can control that, they can control the food, they can control the water, because they have the money and the resources to do so. And, it's all a fictitious Ponzi scheme altogether. You know what I mean? You know, um, I've heard it's like, the money is the root of all evil. Not necessarily. The love of money is actually the root of all evil. Uh, um, Money just happens to be part of it. It just happens to be the part that the love of it, and and the hmm. This has been going on for centuries. This idea that there is legitimacy in rulership, and that others have a legitimate uh, um, moral right to rule over others, and everybody else has an obligation to just to obey. This is bullshit. It's flat out bullshit. These are not gods. These are not kings. These are not queens. These are not masters. These are not fucking rulers. They're just people that are willing to use violence against all of you, including me, to get their way. And then they use this form of spell casting. They write these fancy words with hidden definitions on a piece of paper, and then they sprinkle it with like some kind of magic potion dust or something. And we're all supposed to obey and bow down and submit because they wrote it down on a piece of paper. Therefore, it must be done. And they'll use violence. They're willing to use violence against it, all the way up to death. You know, it happens all the time, man. There was a story just recently, man. I was looking into also, man, because somebody else was looking into it and all this other stuff. But anyway, there was this kid that was just walking home at 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, and this cop was wanting to do like some kind of a welfare check, make sure he was all right. And the kid just didn't want his help and all that stuff. He just wanted to walk home. Well, the cop didn't like that. So they ended up chasing this kid down and shot him twice in the head. There's a flat out freaking murder. Oh, that cop, he's still working on the force, and they investigated themselves and considered it justified. But no, that was a fucking murder. And this is the reason why I started thinking about, like the idea of like, what is it, the vigilante scenario. Now, this is a flat out murderer. All right. Now, anything in my mind, even in common law, natural law, anything that damages life, liberty, or property is a crime. That cop, no matter if he's a fucking cop or not, he fucking flat out murdered this guy. That's a damage to life right there, and liberty. That's a crime. But yet, because he's got a job title, and they consider him, they got this thin blue line and all this. This happens all the time, though. This is not a isolated incident. You know what I mean? The thin blue line happens to be they're the teeth of the politicians, and the politicians are giving them permission to do this shit. So they get this emboldened type of an attitude where they can do whatever the fuck they want because they've got permission to do so. But yet, that's the thing, though. The cops are nothing but the teeth of the politicians, and the politicians are using them to get their way, using them as the violence, um, to get their way. It's to dictate, and it's our behavioral modification scenario. It's a way to domesticate the people, become subservient to the so-called government when there are servants. They need to be treated and put it in their fucking place. A lot of these people are fucking criminals, and they need to be treated and put it in their fucking place. I'm sick of this fucking crap, man, because it's like I see it in other countries, this idea that they can, like, in some countries they want to make themselves, the government wants to make themselves as gods to the people. They want the people to believe that fucking the government is God. It provides everything for you. It does everything for you. It is God. Fuck that crap shit. Hey, good evening. Hey, morning time, Nikki. I just saw you pop it. Storming. Okay, outdoors. Hey, there's a few people in here. Cool. Um, Storming. Yeah, what's up? What's going on? I'm kind of going off on a little rant, man. I totally fucking sorry. I have trolls. If I have trolls, I can't see them at the moment. I'm not looking on YouTube. I don't know what kind of trolls you're talking about, India, at the moment. But you guys that are my mods, I have confidence in your decision. What should go on? But anyway, yeah. Um, yeah, it's just one of them things. You know, if anybody wants to come up, man, feel free. Um, you know, but because it's like I was even thinking, it's like I was saying, it's like on the robotic and the AI scenario of it too. That's just another part, a piece of the board, a piece of the game, and it's getting more and more of a reality, because I remember they were talking about it 20 years ago. Oh, this is not going to happen for another 20. Well, it's already here. We are. It's like shit. I've been watching a lot of this stuff evolve for the past 20 some odd years. You know, uh, so you know, it's getting crazy. Oh, hell, I thought, hell, shit. Hold on, I gotta check something. And here we go. Oh yeah, get is a troll in his own way. Well, see, that's another thing too. I was like, I was talking about that earlier. I was thinking about it earlier. It's like when he talked about farmland and when it comes down to the food production, and as it stands right now, Bill Gates is the largest farmland owner in the United States at the moment. I mean, he's actually at the moment he is the one person in the United States that owns more farmland than anybody else. So, uh, what do you think he's doing, sucking up all the damn farmland for? And then what Ghetto was talking about, like all that damn cockroach milk and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, because they're already starting this 3D printed food, you know, because, that's the whole reason why they were trying to figure out different ways to to get people off of like eating meat and stuff, like, oh, trying to blame cow farts for fucking whatever. I mean, we got to get rid of cows because they fart too much and it's destroying the ozone or some shit like that or whatever. And then it comes down to the, was it all the different type of so-called diseases and stuff that are coming into it, like the swine flu, the bird flu, the damn flying purple people eater fucking squirrel flu or whatever. I don't fuck, you know what I mean? Does there's like this zombie deer, you know what I mean? It's like everything that like that's supposed meat. I'm trying to like get it to the point where people stop eating it. That's what they want to do, and so they can start providing us a food product. If anybody that has control over the food and the water has basically control over everybody. You know what I mean? If you're dependent on someone to feed you and keep you fed and keep water in you, I mean, you're totally dependent on that other person or that entity or whatever. And I'm gonna tell you something, man. The track record of government, period. Anytime government gets involved in anything, the services go shit. They go to shit. You know what I mean? So imagine the type of services you will get if you were depending on them to give you food. I mean, can you? All right, I'm just giving an example. Um, some of the MREs that you can get today, like the meals ready to eat, the military has and all that stuff. It has exactly the amount of like vitamins and minerals and all this other stuff, man, to keep you alive. But it tastes like fucking shit. So I mean, these people didn't care about what it tasted like. They just wanted the nutrients in it, to keep you alive. It's kind of like jail food, you know. Most of that shit fucking nasty as fuck too. It's just enough to keep you alive though. But anyway. Yeah, I'm not worried about it there, Freeper. Free free ripple. What's going on? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I'm just like figure out something here. Let's see. I just kind of need something to distract me for a second. Well, it is 25 minutes after 4:20 local time. That's what's going on. Yeah, well, um, let's see here. Yeah, exactly. Auntie, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I come from experience. I know what these MREs taste like, man. I've eaten a few of them in my time. Um, you know what I mean? 'Cause, it's always something, it's always nice to just be able to throw one of those things in your pack if you want to go camping over, for a night or whatever. They do. I mean, they do taste bad. That's the thing. It's like, I mean, I don't know who they're just nutritionists that come up with the entrees and the recipes, I guess. They're just nutritionists. They're just looking for the right amount of nutrition. I don't really think that they're really taking in consideration of how good it tastes or not. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, even some of the just the recipes of the idea of like some of these things, it's like I don't understand where they think this is like, okay, this is what on a general basis everybody will probably okay with. It's like, I don't know, they have to make it just equally disgusting, because they don't want it to be taste too damn good. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't fucking know. Actually, I think, I mean, they're gonna, yeah, honestly, man, they used to. They don't put hot sauce in there anymore. Not in the new ones. They used to put like a little bottle of Tabasco sauce in the MREs back in the old days, like Vietnam days. You know what I mean? But not now. No, not now. You don't get anything. You get a little bit of you get a package of salt and pepper, and that's about it. Yeah. No, seriously. Uh, I don't have anything right here right now on it is real close, but I've got like one of the packages from one of them MREs, and all it's got in it, shit, I don't have one close by. But anyway, all it's got in it is like a wet nap type of thing, clean hands, salt and pepper, pack of sugar, coffee creamer, a little thing of instant coffee. Sometimes they'll have a pack of matches in there, and then little thing of toilet paper. That's about it when it comes down to like the to anything else other than like the actual food. That's it. That's pretty much all the modern MREs has got in it now. Um, um, and not all of them will have a pack of matches. Some of them will, some of them won't, depending on who makes it or who actually makes the MREs. Um, yeah, sometimes they put, yeah, sometimes the chiclet gum. Sometimes that's like matches. It doesn't always happen. It depends on the manufacturer. Some of them will put gum and matches. Some of them won't. You know what I mean? But almost all of them will have like a little pack of salt, a little pack of salt and pepper, sugar, coffee creamer, and a coffee, and wet nap and toilet paper. That's the basics. That's it. And but yeah, but the food, man, oh man, um, there's probably only like one entree out of all of their type of selection out of different companies and stuff that's actually, I don't mind, but everything else you got to actually, man, you got to do something to it to make it taste better. I hear you. It's an industrial strength damn gum. Yeah, no kidding, man. Dude, that's the thing too. I think they do that on purpose. You know, the way they make this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, there's just they don't have anything now, man. I mean, seriously. Um there's like there's only one, what is it? There's only one entree or whatever. It's like a fajita type of thing that I think it comes with some kind of hot sauce. Other than that, none of them do. No, I haven't had a spoiled one. Um, I tend to have some around, um, because I mean, that's a hurricane thing for me too, man. It's always having something aside just in case everything goes to shit or whatever after a hurricane or whatever. And I've got a little bit of food on the side that I don't need a refrigerator for. That's another thing too. I mean, I'm actually getting into that. I want to get into that kick. Because I see a lot of people, a lot of these guys are like Ghetto and stuff. It was like, getting into the canning thing. And I think I want to start doing more like on the meat, because I tend to have a lot of stuff in the freezer when it comes down to meat. And the last time when Hurricane Michael came through, power was out for almost 2 weeks, and dealing with, like, not having a freezer. So that was the main thing. It's like, that's always on the back of my mind, is trying to figure out how to generate my own electricity, even when everything else is gone, like the grid and all, because um, uh, my well for my to get water, and my refrigerator and freezer were like the main things that were, I didn't have a way to keep them running when all the power went out. So that's always been a thing on my backup, that I'm always trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how I can get a system set up, um, where I can generate enough electricity to power that stuff up and stay off the grid altogether. And because those are the main things, the main two main important ones is my water and that refrigerator freezer. Now, if I start canning meat, I can keep that for a while. I can keep that for a couple of years without having to worry about refrigerator or freezer, which is a good thing, which I need to start doing. Um, especially because, I mean, seriously, everything's going up. I just, like, goddamn, man, fucking, was it day before yesterday? My fucking cigars that I smoke, they just went up another 15 cent. It's like everything is going up another 10, 15 cent about every month or so, every couple months. Uh, I mean, what is people going to do when like the damn gallon of milk is $10? What are you going to do? What's up, John? Well, I mean, if everybody can figure out where Masteron and all that stuff is, man, we can go out and grab them on the panel. I mean, I got it open. If anybody wants to come up, we can I mean, because otherwise, I'm just sitting here kind of reading the chat and going off on little rants and stuff. Um, all right, free roll, no worries. Well, I never canned government cheese myself. I've had government cheese before. um, it makes damn good nachos, man. If you're ever making nachos, government cheese is good for that. Because it's just like, oh, you get that stuff and melt real good. Um, it's good for making nachos or a grilled cheese sandwich, or some shit like that. But that government cheese. But but I've also got a dehydrator, and I haven't really used it all that much, and I need to actually start getting to use it more. And it's all along the lines in the meat scenario because I don't really have a lot of like other stuff to dehydrate at the moment. I mean, I've got a few herbs and stuff like I've got parsley and I've got onions and stuff or scallions or whatever you want to call it, whatever onions, whatever. But I've got stuff like that that I can dry up and you know and preserve that. But I think my meats at the moment are the biggest thing that I want to try and can up or start dehydrating or even start making pemmican or pemmican. Um, Start making that, which I need to just sit down and actually just. I don't really have a really good kitchen counter space to do that kind of stuff, but I mean I need to actually sit down and try and do something like that. Um, you know, because I do have stuff set aside. The only thing is, some of it's in the freezer, some of it ain't. But I want to make it a little bit last a lot longer than that. If everything goes to shit to the point where I don't have a refrigerator, freezer, and the well is unable to pump water out of it, I got to figure out how to keep that going. Yeah, and that's herbs. That's about right now is what I'm able to grow at the moment. I've got a bunch of different types of herbs and stuff. Um, I'm trying to figure out how to grow other stuff, but right now in my area, that's about what I got going on at the moment. What I'm thinking about doing though, because I need raised beds to do this, to do most of my planting and stuff. But what I'm thinking about doing is going down to the damn dollar store and getting those little, those plastic kiddie pools and getting a couple of those and making a damn planter out of it. Just dump a bunch of dirt in this kiddie pool and or bury the kiddie pool up to the rim or whatever in the dirt or whatever, and have that as my bed. It give it that plastic liner in a sense, whatever. I don't know, keep where I can. I don't know. I think that'll work. I mean, as long as as long as like for instance, if I dig a hole in the ground, put the kiddie pool down in that, and then put dirt inside the kiddie pool and make that the planter, that'll work. Because I mean, the sun won't deteriorate the plastic if it's buried, and yeah, and I can have this like keep it protected from animals digging in there and eating it all up, all that other stuff. Yeah, I just got to keep my dogs away from it, and my dogs will keep the other animals away from it. You know, that kind of thing. But I mean, that's the thing to say. I see a lot of people that are doing like, which I need to actually have more actual food growing. Like food. which I've got a seeds and stuff that I want to get going when it comes down to different types of trees. You know, like pear trees, apple trees, orange trees that I would love to just have just growing out here like wild. You know what I mean? And where they've gotten so I want something to grow out here that's going to last through the winters and just be year round living. It stays alive year round. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to keep replanting stuff. I want something that's going to be so hardy uh, and strong to survive through the winters, even if it gets down pretty cold. You know what I mean? That's what I want. I want stuff like that growing. And so far, like the herbs and stuff that I got, like parsley and the onions and stuff like that, they've lasted through the winters and stuff. This is pretty good. And I've got a you know, pretty good root system, pretty good, Hardy's type stuff. Being that so many videos on YouTube, you can make planet out of cardboard boxes, chicken wire. Right, right. That's one thing I do like about YouTube. I will say that. You know what I mean? It's like I don't watch regular TV anymore. I just watch YouTube because I can watch whatever the hell I want to watch. You know what I mean? If I was sitting there, I was like, I got um, the guys that I'm working with right now. They had a bunch of like a whole um, bee colony that got into the bumper of this truck that they had parked in their yard or whatever. Like the whole colony was like in the bumper of this truck, and so I started looking into a whole bunch of stuff. I started looking into YouTube, like all these videos on how to you know, uh, basically capture all the bees and stuff and kind of move them and put them in a box or whatever, get them in a beehive or whatever. And then I started looking into beehives and stuff. That's the cool thing about one thing I enjoy about YouTube is like so many people are on it, and you could pretty much put anything in the search, and there will be at least one video at the minimum on whatever you're talking about, or whatever you put in the search. I mean, you can put pretty much any random thing in the search and something will pop up. And that's how I get into some of the things. I'm serious. I find some weird stuff on YouTube, man, just because I'll put random words or numbers or whatever. I'll just like let my finger, I'll close my eyes and just let my finger touch the keyboard, and whatever pops up, I'll push search and see what happens. And then if I find something weird, I'll go to that video, and then if it gives me suggestions on the top, on like related stuff in the on the thing, I'll start browsing through that, and I'll go to something even weirder on that, and then I'll go to that, and then I'll find something I'll just like keep going weirder and weirder and weirder, deeper and deeper into it. So I found some weird stuff on YouTube, man. There's some really crazy stuff, like yeah, like Ghetto gets kind of like weirded out, like some of the stuff that I have found that's actually on YouTube, and it's amazing how much stuff gets censored, and then yet there is still this stuff on YouTube. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Yeah, because I mean, I started looking at that's not another thing too. I was looking into a lot of different type of trying to figure out different things for like even my area, like gardening, for instance. Now I have to pretty much put everything either in pots or in like raised beds or something because I got nothing but sand. That's pretty much. I live on the hill that I live on. At the moment, it is basically one big anthill, and I mean it's just sand. So not everything grows in that. You know what I mean? And that's another thing too. It's like I want to get into not only food type of stuff. I want to get into like I want to grow bamboo. I see so many uses out of bamboo that I could probably use it for. Um, so I want to grow it, but I'm trying to get that accomplished. Actually, it's like I mean, it grows out here in Florida and out in this area. It's just I'm trying to get it something established or something actually going, and where it actually it's taken root. It takes a few years. It takes about like once I plant something, if I like for bamboo, for instance, if I plant something, I think it takes 4 years until I can actually harvest bamboo. And then after that 4 years, every year after that, I can harvest if I wanted to, depending on the type of bamboo I'm doing. Now, there's different types, um, but depending on, where I'm at, I mean, I may or may not be able to stay on this property forever, that kind of thing. But I want to. There's the really big stuff that I want to get for construction use. Yeah, it's all sand. Bug out. I mean, that's all it is up here. Um, I mean, I can get about, I don't know, probably about 8 or 10 or so foot deep, and then I'll hit clay where I'm at. I got a big, huge vein of red clay or something like that up underneath me, but it's like probably about 8 or so feet deep, and then but everything above that is just all sand. It's all sand. I mean, this is just remnants of the old sand dunes from back in the day. That's about all it is. What's going on, Anthony? Yeah, if anybody wants to come up, dude, I think I got it pinned. I got a link pinned if anybody wants to come up. But um, I don't know what was going on, man. Like over on Tom's, man, I was like, for a minute there, I kept my cell signal and everything would just drop out. It's been doing that to me a couple of times. It would drop out. I'd have to literally like restart the phone and then I can come back and all that stuff. And it was doing that like 3 or 4 or 5 times in a row. And I was really getting irritated. It's like it wouldn't let me sit up there for too long or let me say certain things because it's like sometimes it would cut out right when I was getting into something. And uh,
Thanks for trusting me, dude. My freaking camera's not working right this second.
well, I mean,
I
yeah,
went to go prove it, but my sometimes every once in a while my camera goes blank and stays black if I stay on StreamYard too long and I jump onto a different stream. I gotta reset my whole iPad for some reason.
right. I hear
Yeah.
you. Well, I just um I didn't have my gut feeling was like, okay, I'll just let it go. And then it popped up as like, as soon as and actually your name came up, Ghetto came up somewhere up on there too. So I was like, well, okay, that actually, also,
Yeah, the email that's attached, that's what I look
right,
at, dude, when it comes to people proving whatever. I just look at the name that it's verified under.
right, right, right. So yeah, but I've actually had this one. I can't remember the name right offhand, but this if it is an actual person, I have no idea. But anyway, it's never chatted, never put a comment in the chat, but it kept on trying to come up on panel, but it wouldn't have I wouldn't have the microphone or the camera on, and which I get it, but I mean, for some reason my gut feeling was like, nope, And it, and it was actually a good thing too, because I mean, next thing you know, he would get in the damn private on the stage type stuff on the private chat or whatever, and start typing all this stupid crap. And I'm like, oh, that was a good reason why I didn't let you up.
Right. Exactly.
But for some reason my gut told me that though. It's like, it's like I can almost feel it through the phone.
Right. And something about to happen. Nobody's ever tried to come up on my panel, dude. I don't know why.
No, there was all right, see, I get a lot of the international crowd. There's a lot of people from other countries and stuff sometimes I can talk to.
Yeah, I got them
And
too. Yeah.
well, there's a few of them that
Especially
are
the UK for some reason.
well,
Sorry.
yeah, that's the thing. That was, matter of fact, that was one of the things. It's like I had one of the guys out here that's out there in the UK, and some trolls that were following him followed them to here. You know what I mean? So
Right.
that's how that happened. You know what I mean? It wasn't like they were following me; they just happened to be following him.
Yeah.
But that's like kind of like with that other dude. Evidently that was like he was something was following him and followed him to another channel. And
Yeah, or he was following himself.
that could be,
Because,
who knows?
dude, few of the things he said, especially after my boy Guardian Preppin left, yeah, that to me that showed where the intentions were, if you ask me. Because there was a gentrification punch as soon as Guardian Preppin left. And I'm like, this motherfucker, man, you just had to throw another thing in there, huh? So it just, people got no lives, dude.
Right.
First
What's
people
up,
that are gonna
Jake?
get smoked in the SHTF, fuck them.
Right. Right.
I'm here to kick it. Sometimes I want entertainment, not that type of entertainment, but for the most part, I either want to learn, teach, or conversate on how we're gonna fucking take over the overlords. Shit. Get some real freedom out of these motherfuckers. Right? That's what we all need, right? That's what we all want.
So that's the
Although
thing.
I
Is like, and see, that's the thing. Okay, I know. For me personally, I know that's what I need in my life. All right. The thing is, it's like I start thinking about it also on the other end of
is
it.
that
There's a
your
lot.
static or is that me?
Well, I'm not.
Dude, sorry to
I don't hear anything right offhand. Do I?
okay, I
Do I
didn't mean
have?
to cut you off. Yeah, there was like some deep static, like there was a like a when there's like a wire crinked or something in your microphone or whatever.
Okay.
Does that
Well,
make sense?
all right. And tell me if it's back, because I'm gonna back up from the phone
It's
and
just
see if
like a feedback type of thing. I think you know what I mean. I was just making sure it wasn't me or not. I didn't mean to cut
Right.
you off though.
Oh
Just couldn't
yeah.
hear you.
Okay. Is it still there? Can you still hear it? Audio 1 2 3. Audio one
There's
two.
a not now. There's like it's just more like a subtle vibration of it. But for the most part, as long as it sounds good in YouTube, you're good, dude. I can deal with it because I also have like fucking expensive AirPods, so they pick up everything. They do noise canceling, but they pick up everything. So
Yeah,
I'm a snob when it comes to sound as well.
I'm on headphones, and I got a cheap microphone on, on the headphones or whatever.
Right.
But I could here now I think back, because I don't hear my audio on the on that end of it. So unless I go to YouTube and like listen to it afterward.
Yeah, you have a feedback on you. I'll let you know if it distorts your voice. It was there for a second. That's why I brought it up because it's like
It
that's
may
my
be
thing.
it may be like, because I was actually leaning in close to the phone, and maybe just like I got too close to the phone. That might have been it. But anyway, I have no idea what the hell I was saying before now.
No, I'm
Damn.
sorry, dude. Well, it's all about freedom, and what I was gonna say right before you had started talking is like 99% of the planet wouldn't know what the hell to do with freedom. We
Well,
all
that
need
was what
somebody to tell us
that
what
was
to do.
that was what I was going to go at. That's like, okay, um, for the people that think we have freedom, you really don't know what real freedom is because you've never had it. All
Right.
right, and that's another thing too. It's like, okay, well, and then all of a sudden now that it's dropped in your lap, you got all this freedom. Well, people wouldn't know what to fucking do. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
make
They
our
wouldn't
minds
know.
explode.
They wouldn't. Like I said, in my opinion, it would only take a generation to get through the growing pains of actually becoming a free people. You know what I mean? And
That's
having,
true.
like, for instance, having freedom, all of a sudden we are now free people. Like, if we just like snap the fingers, boom, we are now free people. All right. For people to go through the growing pains of actually knowing what it means to have actual freedom and being free people, and the responsibilities basically that come along with that, I guess, if you want to, personal responsibility for one, and then all that other stuff. But anyway, it would take about a generation, in my opinion. And then after that, dude, it would be what people would be, in my opinion, what people would classify as utopia, in my
Right.
opinion. Because, I mean, it would
Yeah.
take about a generation to get through that, and it would be violent in some aspects, but all it would, that's all it would take. And in the long run, if you think about it, in the long run, a generation is really not that much time. It's like 100 years. That's it. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
I mean,
100%. And that utopia, and we've talked about it before. I like your your view on that. Everybody's utopia is going to be completely different. So what would be you know what I mean? What would be the utopia world? What would be the perfect world? Everybody's view of that is completely different because our
right?
realities are different. Our
Yeah,
beliefs, no matter what, even if we follow the same religion, our belief is
right,
still different
right.
regardless. That's
Yeah,
why that's why I get so much heat when I talk to other Christians, even though I say, "Hey, I'm a Christian." I don't consider myself an American Christian, but that's besides the point. My point is, I'm going to have my beliefs a little bit different than yours.
yeah.
And it just completely rubs people wrong. So my utopia could piss a whole lot of people off. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that's fine. People can be pissed off. They can do that all
I
they
know
want.
the Muslim utopia pissed me off, and I'm sorry if there's any Muslims in there. But if you're going to heaven to get 70 virgins, that for me would be a nightmare. One virgin is a nightmare for me. Like fuck that, man. I want me somebody that's already. I'm too old for that virgin shit.
They don't classify if it's like actually girls or boys, do they?
Dude, I got no idea, and I never even thought of it like that, dude. I'm
Yeah.
not trying
For
to think
all
of
I
it
know,
that
these guys
way.
they're going to, oh, I'm getting 72 virgins. And yeah, it's all boys, all little boys. You know, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, dude, and that's all it, like, all right, nobody knows exactly. Even the people that actually have been, like, classified as legally, dead, and they came back to life. You know what I mean? And they say and these people, you hear these stories of these people that, like, they were died like for 5 minutes or something like that, and then they were brought back, or whatever, and they said, it's like, oh.
Hey, don't be bouncing out on me now, man. I'm not gonna run your show. You might not like the way I do it. I'm gonna be up here playing some Tupac, some Bone Thugs, some Too Short, a little bit of Marvin Gaye, some OJ's, a little bit of Al Green. I'm telling you, you're not gonna like it. Don't let your internet bounce you out, man. All right, y'all. This is my show. What y'all want to listen to? That'd be funny if it was actually me that got knocked out and I'm over here talking to myself and shit. Is anybody out there? Can somebody tell me that I'm here, please? Oh my God, I think I'm trapped. Nikki, am I here? Can you please tell me? I can see you. Can you hear me? Oh crap. I need my blankie. Oh crap, I am here by myself. All right, y'all. I'm taking requests. Yes, it's the ghetto show. You know what? I'm gonna throw y'all a curveball. We're gonna listen to some fucking Ozzy Osbourne. We all on this crazy train together. I know everybody like them some Ozzy shit. I wonder if they got an Ozzy Osbourne Tupac remix. I might have to look that up on YouTube, man. Get a whole bunch of naked yoga people going on with with some Ozzy and some Tupac. I wonder what kind of poses they would do to that song.
Sorry about that, man. My damn internet cell phone crap.
You're
24.
good, man. Hey, you're still alive, man. You actually gained like 50 people just by having me by myself. I don't know what that's about, but hey.
You see, you're so full of shit.
I'm trying to get Ozzy Osbourne and Tupac to do a show together, all on your channel, man. We're trying
Oh
to
hell
figure it
yeah!
out.
We got the get. Hell, we got the technology. We got holograms, man. Holograms.
Right, right. I was actually wondering. I'm wondering if they actually have a remix. I'm sure somebody did a remix out there with it. I'm gonna have to look it up. Dude, Tupac's got so much music that he's remixed with almost freaking everybody. There's some YouTuber out there that's fucking put him with the Elmo song. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I hear you. All right, I'm gonna top off my coffee real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're good. We're still searching for some Ozzy and Tupac. Let's see. I'm not gonna play it because obviously it's your channel, but dancing to naked yoga. Oh hell yeah, they do got a Tupac. Oh shit, they got to look. They have a Crazy Train remix featuring Ozzy Osbourne, Eazy-E, and Tupac. Dude, I gotta mute myself once you come back just so I can hear this song. I never even thought to look it up. I'm gonna and then I'm gonna screen record some of this naked yoga on YouTube, and I'm gonna have that playing while I play this song, and I'm gonna bring it onto my own jukebox on my channel. That's what I'm talking about. Going off the rails of a crazy train. See, now I can sing it. What if they get some this dude gonna leave me by myself again, man? I'm not even on screen here. Let me get you some more viewers, man. Oh shit, my camera don't work. I was all trying to dance, do some yoga poses and shit, get you some more viewers. Do, 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 do. Hey, Bugout, I thought you was coming up here, man. I need like a relief picture here, once the dude gets keeps getting booted out, so I'm not here by myself. I mean, I'm gonna send you this one, fucker. Send you straight here. Let's see. I'm over here getting ready to apologize to you guys and shit, and I just remembered it's not my stream, so I can like sit here and burp and fart and whisper sweet nothings to my wife, and it won't matter because it's not my channel. Oh, what's up, man?
This fucking shit, man. It's irritating as hell. It's like seriously. It's like the cell signal, everything just goes blunt, and it's like, man, a little strip comes up. It's like your browser cannot connect to anything. It's like, well, there's no fucking cell signal. That's why I have to restart the phone. It's really kind of irritating. You know what I mean? It's like, but it only happens when I'm on the actual panel or actually doing a live. Like,
When you're on the actual panel?
yep.
Huh.
I can
I
sit in the
wonder.
chat. I can sit in the chat forever, and it won't even do that to me. But if I'm on an actual live stream or whatever, it's been doing it lately more and more. Like it will do it like 4 or 5 times in a row. And yeah, it's just really crazy. And sometimes it happens right at particular moments when I'm speaking about certain actual subjects. It's really freaking weird.
Yeah, I can see it doing that, dude. It did that when you were saying we all should be our own presidents.
Yes, I know, dude. It was like right at that moment, and I was like, damn. But yeah, it's some of the stuff I talk about. Evidently, man, it's just that's one of the tactics that it's being used. So
Ah, you're good. I kind of kept you all right. Man, I found a song. I don't know if you heard me because you got bounced off, but dude, I found a Crazy Train remix with Tupac and Eazy. I'm so gonna
oh
listen
yeah,
to it when I'm done talking to you.
is it it, is it like a DJ type guy that mixing it? I mean, because I'm damn if I can remember the damn DJ I'm thinking about. They wear these mushroom marshmallow looking masks like that. Oh, dude, what's it? Marshmallow freaking. I can't remember right offhand, but anyway, but dude, they do this something like that. Now think about it.
Yeah, I don't. It's from a random channel. Dude's Joey Lucky. Um, it's just from a random channel. I always find these crazy ass remixes, and I found that I did a few tests on my channel a couple weeks ago or last week, something like that. But when you do the remixes, like the YouTube made remixes, just from random YouTubers, they use different beats and they kind of slice up the lyrics, but it's pretty much the same song or whatnot. You don't get no copyright claim or any kind of flags on your channel.
Right? Yeah, because it's
So
all been altered a little bit. Yeah.
exactly. So that's when I do my music or whatever. It's usually some kind of remix. There's some Tupac and Eric Clapton.
It would
What
be
kind of
kind of
music you?
nice, you know how like that StreamYard. Well, I mean, for I don't know. How StreamYard's got the free thing where you can like put like a background kind of music in there.
Yeah, the porno music. Yeah, I'm not into
Yeah,
that shit.
I don't like it, but I wish there was a way I can import. I can import,
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, exactly. Like if we owned it, you know what I mean? If we owned it, then we could put it on there type of thing. But yeah,
Well,
they're
that's
not gonna
another thing
let you get
too,
away with that.
dude. I've actually got old cassette tapes and vinyl of records that I bought back in the day. So technically, I should be able to play that song off of that tape or that record, right? I bought it,
You should, right? You should be able to. Dude, that's why there's actual game ROMs, like video game ROMs.
right?
Is because if you own it, you're allowed to have the ROM of it. I mean, that's within the game collecting digital copy community or whatever. As long as you have that copy, you're okay. And there's an actual law for it too, as long as you have the physical copy. So you should be able to do it when you're sharing it online or whatnot too. But they ain't gonna let us do that shit.
Hey, the world is a ghetto. How you doing?
So man,
Hey, that gentrification thing when what's his name left on Tom, that was me that said that. I was poking fun at the system, referring back to the Simpsons when they were going over that gentrification bit with their show.
yeah, but you strategically said it right as Guardian left.
Well, he just happened to leave when I was saying it because he had said his goodbyes. It was just timing. I didn't mean anything by that, in a negative way, just so you know.
All right, man. I mean, tease his own.
Yeah. Well,
I got you.
did you hear when I was on the live stream the whole time? Just out of curiosity.
Did I what?
Did you hear me when I was on panel the whole time over there?
When I was on panel with you?
No,
Yeah, I was on.
when I was on. Well, was you on panel?
I was on the panel the whole time.
Under what name? This one?
Yeah,
This ghetto?
yeah.
Oh, okay. See,
The
dude,
world
I'm
is a ghetto.
I'm just trying to connect the dots. All right. I didn't know you were ghetto. That you go by the world as a ghetto. I didn't make that connection. Sorry. No. That was just bad timing for when I said that. And like I said, that was just a poke at the system. No pokes at anybody individually. I'm not. That's not me. They used to be. I'll tell you that. I used. Man, look. Let's get real for a second. I was born in Moline, Illinois, and raised in a little country town in Iowa, mainly because where we lived at in Iowa, we didn't have a hospital close enough for births. We had to go across the river to Illinois. People, if you're not from that area of the country, especially back then, I was born in 71, so, I grew up in the 80s. Racism was hidden. The upper Midwest, there's a lot of racist people up there, but they keep it hidden. And I was like that. And when I joined the Marine Corps, I realized, you know what? I need to change. To tell you how alienated I was from the world, I would have to drive at least an hour to see someone who wasn't white, period. I had to go into a major town to see someone of another race. The schools I went to, all white, because that's just the way the community was set up back then. Now it is very diverse. And when you grow up in that society, all that underlying racism will affect you as it did me. And I realized at one point in time when I was around 18, 20, I needed to change, and I did. So, if anything is perceived that comes out of my mouth that to be racist, call me out, because I might,
I will.
If I say something like that, I say it in a facetious way, and if I overstep somebody's boundaries or line, call me out. I'll apologize. If you were offended by that, I apologize. I do not want anybody hating me, because I try not to hate anybody else. Because
I got you, dude. I don't get offended by much. It's more or less just it's other people's channels. It's other people that I hold a particular kindness to. So yeah, I'm gonna say something. Me particularly, man. I don't care what anybody says about me.
Well, I only came up here because I had to go in and change some stuff on my YouTube. Whoever was trolling me, I don't know if they hacked my account or what, but I sent a report to YouTube. Hopefully you hear back on that. I changed my avatar. I don't know what else I can do other than getting a whole new YouTube page, and I'm not about that. At least not yet.
We know you still with us?
Uh-oh.
Oh, this motherfucker, he ducked out of his own. Like, he's like, oh, hell no, I ain't messing with these guys. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, it's just, oh, man. I mean, it was like somebody on here was using my account, typing inappropriate stuff that I wouldn't say. And, I had a little chat with Wildflower and Weeds about it. I was like, that's not me. And I can see him name and picture. So I'm like, well, I'll change my avatar. And I, looked through, nothing seemed wrong with my account. And so I sent a report off to YouTube. So, I mean, I don't know what else I can do about that.
Yeah, dude, I don't know you. I mean, I let you, this is the first time I met you, just like you don't know me. I don't know. I mean, that could be you as your own troll. I don't freaking know. At the end of the day, I don't. I mean,
I'm not that lonely
it doesn't faze me. Hey man, trolls have done a whole lot worse. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't affect me. It's not gonna affect my life.
Well, it does matter to me because I do care how people perceive me as a person. I hope you understand that part.
Everybody should feel that way. Unfortunately, everybody doesn't do it that way.
Because if I came on some channel live stream as the world is a ghetto and start talking some contrary stuff that you would say, you do I would assume you do the same thing. That's not me.
People would know it wasn't me as soon as they say it.
I was new to Tom's channel first time live, and this is my first time here on Wingnuts. And it's like, that's not me. And it's just funny is that like I've only started participating on live streams not even a year ago. And I got a couple of people that are just, this is the first time someone's actually followed me to another channel and tried to imitate me like that. I was like, wow, somebody needs to get outside more often, get some sunshine and meet people.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
Well,
go. What's up, Wingnut? Y'all back and shit?
I don't know, man. For now.
Dude, pay your bill, man. You need some donations or what?
Yeah, it could be. I should put my damn PayPal in the fucking description.
he needs to put
Right.
he needs to put that little wind up handle on the side of the phone to keep the internet charged up.
Yeah, I don't
Something,
know.
man. Orale.
You can see right now I'm on StreamYard to make sure. This is how I do when I go on StreamYard or the other server. There's another one I can't remember. Restream. When I go on those, they keep echoing to a minimum on my part. As soon as I click the link to go into Restream, like I did here, I went and closed my YouTube app so I wouldn't get any echoing. So whoever says what about me or for me in this case in chat, that's not me because I don't even have YouTube open. So it's definitely not me. But this time on Wingnut's channel, somebody had my name and my avatar asking some crazy questions. I'm like, that's not me. I wouldn't ask that stuff.
Right, Wildflowers? Yeah, no, man, I agree, but hey, no need to
But
give them no attention. It's all good.
But I am, a human. Words will fall out of my mouth with my brain thinking them that somebody's going to find inappropriate or hurtful. They have to call me out. If I say something inappropriate, I'll correct myself in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but I mean, you're what, my tenure? You're about 50 or something. I'm 40.
Yeah, I'm 50
I mean,
right. Yeah, I'm 50 right now. I'll be 51 here in a couple months.
I mean, the reason I say that, and I ain't trying to disrespect you right now, but I'm 41, dude. I don't say shit that I need somebody to correct.
Yeah, I know. But
I will personally say, hey, I don't mean no disrespect, and for the most part, people understand me
yeah,
when I
well,
do
see,
it because it's like I got a big fucking mouth.
yeah, well,
But
see,
I'm
that's
not
why.
gonna intentionally or accidentally disrespect somebody by saying some kind of racial something
Yeah,
or
yeah.
feelings on this or emotions or whatever.
Well, see, that's why when I was on Tom's stream earlier, whenever I went to say something, I'd say, let me preface what I'm about to say because I don't want it taken out of context. That's why, I say that because I'm 50 years old. I'm still using a lot of the language from when I grew up. My brain hasn't, gotten all the current lingo down, or I haven't learned what trigger words not to use to keep people from getting, hurt feelings or what have you. Granted, do I say stuff that's inappropriate to people? Yeah, but just because that's who I am. And if somebody says, "Hey, that I didn't appreciate what you said," I'll apologize, but I got to say it first. You know what I'm saying? In chat, that is.
Right.
But
Face palm.
Yeah.
but it's like I had a
Don't mind me. I'm just pop in and out whenever the fuck they want me in. Yeah.
yeah. We done hijacked your channel, man. Have fun.
No, I ain't worried about it. No, it's just like yeah.
Figure it out, Wingnut. I came here to kick it with you for a little bit, man.
Well, you don't
Yeah,
want
I'm here. I'm here as long as I can. It's like
to.
it keeps on booting me out every once in a while, and I have to pop back in. But yeah, I'm here.
I got a fine ass wife laying in bed waiting for me, man. I came to kick it with you, and you
Yeah.
just keep
Well,
running out on me.
yeah.
You
I'm not
trying to
going to
make me
be on
feel
here.
bad?
I'm not going to be on here too much longer. It's like 6:40 my time, and I've been up kind of like Tom, so I'm drained. But yeah, it's just I started going on panels like this because it was like I was getting interested in doing my own live stream, but before I tried, I just wanted to go participate, do my research, and I'm glad I did because it's like I know people have channels that had to do a backup channel in text or email people they wanted to go over. It's like, yeah, somebody said a trigger word and they shut my channel down for 6 months or 3 months or whatever. I'm trying to figure out, what I, can and can't say without getting in trouble with the YouTube police, mostly. And also get a feel for what's hot and what I really want to talk about.
Right.
Because, I got a friend of mine, he's been doing live streams on YouTube for a couple of years. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I was thinking about getting into it. I was like, you want to come on, what, kind of check it out. I'm like, well, what do you talk about? And he does sports. I like sports, but I don't like talking about it. And I'm like, nah, I'm good, man. I'm not that big into going on talking about sports like that. That's just me. I'll watch NASCAR, that's for sure. I'll watch football. I'll watch baseball. I'll catch some hockey every now and then. We got the Carolina Hurricanes down here or up here, depending on where you live at. But, I'm not going to be talking about it.
Where are you from?
I'm originally from Iowa. I joined the Marines back in 1990, got transferred down to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. And when I got out in 94, the economy sucked, thanks Bill Clinton. And I already had work lined up here, so I stayed.
Where are you at right now? That's what I was asking. You're in Iowa, is that what you said?
No. I'm in North Carolina still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got out of the military and I ended up staying here.
That's right. I've been there, I think, once or twice. Once going to Florida and once coming back from Florida, I think. Been in North Carolina.
Yeah. There's a little town about, from where I live at, once you get up to the main highway, it's about 15 miles away. When I first got down here in the 90s, it was the hotbed for drug runners to move drugs north and money south, because it was halfway between New York and Miami. And it's a little country podunk town. Nobody cared. All they do is they show up, exchange goods, and go. But the state troopers loved it, catching those guys running the money south, because they get to keep all that money and put it in their coffers and spend on new cars and guns and stuff like that. But they've since then cracked down on that. They used to have, I'm close to I-95. If you go from, up north to down south on the East Coast, I-95, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, well,
I don't know nothing.
well,
I don't
anyway,
know nothing about all y'all rednecks.
Yeah,
I'm up here in the land of the free.
Yeah.
Y'all are inbred.
I-95, that's like I-95, that's like, is it 95? The odd ones go north and south, right?
You know why the Florida is the toughest
Yeah,
state?
I-95. They used to have the drug runners running up and down I-95 between like 2 and sunrise, in sports cars, blacked out, no headlights, wearing NVGs, flying down the highway as fast as they can. No shit.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine living close and just, what was that? Oh, that's another drug runner running blacked out. Before I bought my house, I used to live in a mobile home. I was renting one. The lady across the street, she used to sell dope, but she would only cut it down to a pound. Every week she'd get anywhere from 50 to 100 pounds. She cut it down to a pound and then sell that to the local dealers. Right across the street from me. Never had an issue with them. Well, I had issues.
You got a badge number?
Huh?
Do you got a badge number?
No. Dude, man, like I said on Tom's, just open your eyes. You will not believe what's going on. Sorry, I don't want to show you my nose hairs. Let me readjust that. You just got to pay attention. You just got to pay attention.
But I am. I'm just wondering if you were fed.
No, I'm not. No. The closest I got was the time I did in the Marines, being a federal employee or government, however you want to call it. But I talk to people. I don't, I've always maintained a relationship with like city and county police. I've known a few state highway patrolmen that worked our area over the years just because they live close to me. And I ask them questions and they tell me.
Right. Dude, I'm just fucking around. I call everybody a fed.
Oh, okay. What?
I
I
don't,
don't care. I don't care. I ran out of give a fucks about a decade ago.
yeah, Bug Out said 95 is East Coast Florida,
Yeah,
75 is West Coast Florida, both
there you
drug
go.
highways.
Like I said, getting the information from my brain and my tongue. I was thinking I-95 and I-40, but I was like, I-40 goes west from us. I had to think that, and I've been up a while, so.
What's up, Anthony? Yeah, I don't know any of the freeways over there. I barely know the ones around me. Shit, and I've been here 41 years.
What state are you in?
I'm in Oregon. I'm in the
Oh,
middle of
that's right. That's
Oregon.
right. Sorry. That's
Yeah,
right. So good. Well,
been
I
here all my
did.
life. I lived in Florida there for a little bit, Arizona there for a little bit. Traveled the country a little bit. Been to Mexico a couple times.
Yeah,
That's about it.
the only time I was out on the West Coast was California for my military schooling and training.
Yeah, I've been to California plenty of times. I got tons of family down there, but
Yeah, being out there on the West Coast was the first time I left the country. Went down to Tijuana, Mexico. Almost didn't make it out alive. That was scary. I got blistering drunk, and all my buddies left me. And I'm like, well, I know north is uphill, so I just started walking uphill. I got down to some neighborhood, and I'm like, I am in the wrong place. And I'm turning the corner, and I could see the gate get back to the U.S. And I was like, oh, I'm home free now.
yeah, shit, they try to keep my ass there, man. I got along as soon as I went down there. Apparently, my tattoos have some kind of fucking
Yeah.
18th Street ritual shit, which
Oh,
I'm not even an 18th Street gangbanger, but
wow.
I mean, they were kind of the enemigos actually, but sort of not. But anyways, my ass gets so fucking brown in the summertime that, and I didn't have
Look,
my ID trying to get back over the border, and they
Oh,
kept my ass there while I'm
so
squeezing my butt cheeks because my
be
ass
like
ended
Cheech
up
Marin. Hey
eating
man, I was
lunch.
born in East LA, man.
Pretty much.
Now, if I would have said that on somebody else's channel, I would have pissed somebody off. Oh, that's racist. I'm like, no, that's a comedy show from the '80s. Get over it, or movie, I should say, or whatever.
Were you saying something, Wingnut?
I was gonna say that you look like a damn Mexican when you. Is that what you're trying to say?
Pretty much, dude. That's what the border patrol was saying, man. But for the
Oh,
life of me, the night before, me and my brother had came back over the border. We didn't go through the checkpoints. I mean, we were drunk as shit, but I know we didn't go through any of the checkpoints. And I don't know how the hell we got back to our
yeah.
hotel, but
Well,
we wasn't
you want to hear
carded
something?
or anything.
You want to hear something that blew my mind? Talking about different people, different cultures, different races. When I got out of the military, I got into construction. I ended up doing electrical work, and I ended up working with this guy. I can't remember his name. He looked like a white dude, had white light skin like me. He had blondish hair, and it was curly. Okay, but his last name was, for the lack of better way of saying it, was a Mexican type name. And I asked him, I was like, how, basically, like, how is that? He's like, dude, I'm a white Mexican. Everybody starts laughing. I'm like, what? He's like, no, dude, I'm albino. He was an albino Mexican, looked just like a white dude. And I'm like, wow. Yeah, I don't know, just crazy. I'm tired. With my time, I grew up in a little country town. And then, for 3 years, I lived just on the outside of St. Louis, Missouri, in a town called St. Charles.
Freeway,
So
how old are you?
I'll be 51 here in a couple months.
Oh yeah.
When I lived in St. Louis or outside of St. Louis like that, man, back then St. Louis didn't sleep. Downtown, there was always something happening. And, I was cruising downtown St. Louis with my buddies, 17, 18 years old. We was going to go over to a club because we could hear the music bumping. I'm like, hey, there's a shortcut right here going through the alleys. Turn the corner, there's a gentleman. The first time there was a gentleman mugging another gentleman And when I turned the corner, I ended up with the 38 special right here. Okay. And I was like, oh, you know what? I made a wrong turn and I didn't see shit. And I turned around and walked away, hoping and praying he didn't shoot me in the back of the head. The second time that happened, it was a pimp roughing up one of his working ladies. Same thing happened. I'm like, you know what? I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time. I didn't see shit. And I turned around and walked away.
Yeah, I was in St. Louis for a little while, man. I was during Monsters of Rock concert. They had at the Hoosier back when the Hoosier Dome was still around.
I missed those. The Monsters of Rock. I killed myself for not going to them. You know, that's a long story I don't want to get into right now. But oh my God, man. Do you remember when Axl Rose left the new Coliseum they built and the fans tore it up?
Yeah.
I almost.
He's an asshole.
Yeah, I almost was at that show. The only reason why I didn't go was Axl was an ass. I didn't want to spend money on him.
Dude, I ended up I went to the concert, man, and I had like nosebleed section or whatever, but I got about like five rows from the stage.
Yeah. Oh, we want to talk about concert. What was the scariest? I can't remember what album it was. The most scared I ever been at a concert, and this is God honest truth. I was at a Slayer concert. I was actually, me and my older brother was there. I'm like, are you cool with this? And he's like, well, let's just back up, get away from the madness. If you guys know anything about Slayer and their fans, they are fanatical. They actually in their early days, if you go back and read their interviews, there was a couple of shows that, you know, before they were playing the bigger arenas, you know, like your bars and stuff, where their fans would come out in droves. And they would go to butcher shops and get cow organs in cow blood, however they got that, and they would throw that up on the stage. Sorry, I moved my phone like that. They would throw that up on the stage at them, and they're like, nope, we're out of here. Back in the 80s when metal first hit like that shit was crazy, dude. Crazy. Did you ever hear about when Metallica played over in Russia at that old Air Force base?
Nah, I don't listen to white people music.
Well,
I only do the hip hop and the rap.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they estimated at least 1.5 million people at that concert, like the largest concert ever. And they had, if I remember the numbers correctly, it was like 12 or 13 people killed, like murdered, multiple rapes. It was crazy. And that was back in the 90s, if I remember. That wasn't even the 80s. That was like mid to late 90s when that happened.
All right, sorry about that, y'all. Anyway,
That's cool.
I was like, damn. I went there and I saw Faith No More open up from Metallica, and then Guns N' Roses after that. I watched No More, Metallica, and Guns N' Roses played one song. I ended up going out in the parking lot, and I had more fun out there. And I was like, screw it. It was just, it was so bad. It sucked ass.
Yeah, if you live close to the venue and you couldn't get the tickets, tailgating was the next best thing to do.
Dude, I had so much fun out in the parking lot. It was pitiful. But actually, Faith No More was actually, they actually played pretty damn good live. They were actually pretty good.
Yeah.
But Axl Rose was just an asshole, man. He did not want to. I mean, honestly, man, he had a sold out concert, man, sold out, and he just, said nope, or whatever, walked out on it or whatever. That was just bullshit, man. I mean,
a lot of that stuff back then was crazy, man. Well, it's like, speaking of Metallica, they didn't run out of Dave Mustaine music until they got almost through Master of Puppets. if you go back and listen to their music, the first 3 albums, and then what's the Injustice for All? Justice for All was all, James Hetfield, Lars Ulrich, and Kirk Hammett. They had run out of Dave Mustaine material.
Yeah.
You can tell by the change in their style of playing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Their newer stuff, man. I was like, I'm the whole reason I actually got into Metallica is like their first 3 albums is because it had an edge to it. It had some kind of a, I don't know. That's what I grew up in, heavy metal and punk bands. That's what I grew up on.
Yeah, the Ramones.
Yeah, Sex Pistols, all that stuff, man.
Before I broke my hand, I'm sorry. Real quick, just to get off Metallica. The reason why I got deep into Metallica, before I broke my hand, I used to play the bass, and I was a big Cliff Burton fan. When he died in that bus crash, oh my God, man, my heart actually broke for a moment.
All right. Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Not to ruin y'all's conversation, but where do you hang out at, Free Rebel? Like you said, you've been hanging out on live streams and stuff for the last year.
Oh,
I don't know anybody that's seen you, so I'm just trying to figure out where you've been hanging out at.
Man, that is a crazy tell. I don't know if Wingnut wants me dropping actual channel names or not.
What kind of content? I don't know. I mean, it's up to him.
Kind of the same thing. It's just
when I started, dudes with like pillowcases on their heads. I'm sure any other channels probably fine for Wingnut.
No. That's a preposterous notion to think of me. No, it's kind of the same
thing.
Wingnut. What's that?
I was just telling Wingnut, I'm sorry. I got the biggest mouth on YouTube. I'm sorry,
that's
man.
cool,
I kind
man.
of say what I feel,
I just started exploring live streams a year or so ago. Back when COVID was in full force back in 2020, and I started listening, started chatting, got on a couple of live panels, and was doing my research, and I found out, some of them weren't quite the best channels, mainly because they're grifters. Grifter is, right?
Yeah, but what kind of channels? Like maybe
topics talking about current situations and current events.
Were they wearing God bless Trump hats or I love Biden hats or
mostly
pro Antifa? I don't know.
Mostly Trump supporters. That answers. But there were some that I listened to because when I learned real quick, if you go to a channel, especially ones that
give me like you got a significant name or something to any of them?
Yeah, I'll drop a name.
Don't mind.
I'll drop a name because this guy's a grifter and he's pushing a bunch of false narratives on people. Liberty Warrior Nation, LWN. That guy's a straight up grifter, and he tells people he's a truther. You know what a truther is when it comes to Trump supporters?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, LWN's a truther. And when I figured that out and figured
that's crazy, man. That's actually my cousin.
Mike?
Yeah. That's crazy you say that about him.
Liberty Warrior Nation, Mike.
Yeah, that's my cousin.
With Shane.
Yeah. St. Phelps, right? Yeah, that's my cousin.
Yeah. You're pulling my leg.
No, man, it's my cousin. Look, his dad's in there. His dad's name's Tyrone.
Oh, come on now.
Oh, you don't like what? Something wrong with the name Tyrone?
No. I know of a Tyrone that gives me grief every now and then on a certain channel.
Guys named Tyrone. They're just bad news, huh?
No, I've met a couple of decent Tyrones. Come on now. They're not all bad.
Especially if you're white and your name's Tyrone, man. You a hardcore motherfucker.
I tell you what, if you're speaking of the same Tyrone I'm thinking of, man, that guy gave me some grief, but you know what? I needed it. When I got out of LWN in one of his associate channels and I got to, the main stream I watch now, I caught hell, but I needed it, man. I needed it. I needed to get straightened out. Because I was a newbie to live streams and YouTubes, and I was like, oh. And I kind of got sucked. No, I didn't get sucked in. I was just window shopping. I was window shopping, and did my research and found out truths about certain channels. And I'm like, I still kind of watch them just to keep tabs on what they're saying, because the channels that I've watched, a lot of people talk about their content, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And it's like, well, you got to watch the show. I'm like, okay. So I still catch some of the other live streams from the past, just so I can keep up with the conversations. But I don't know, man. It's like I've been saying, man. Like Guardian said, man, you just gotta love people. We can disagree, but we can still love each other. You know what I'm saying? That's
like
how.
Guardian,
That's how.
What said?
What's that?
Like with Guardian, is that what you said? What'd you disagree with on Guardian?
No,
Guardian
wait. What was it? Hold on, I gotta think. Give me a second. I said something.
Oh, you don't remember what you said 2 seconds ago?
Well, you stopped me, and I was like, bloop. Sorry. Give me a second. Because I was using him, in reference to something, but not personally. Sorry.
I'm starting to remember that fried egg commercial back in the 80s and 90s, man.
Sorry, your volume's cutting down. Oh, I know what it was. What the reference to Guardian, he's talking about, we need to learn to love everybody. Everything operates around love. What he was saying about that, I totally agree with him on that. And even with that, if you learn, to have love for people, you can have differences of opinions and still be able to sit down and have decent conversations. And that's what a lot of this world is missing nowadays.
Yeah, it is. 100%. I don't know if you can hear me very well. My Bluetooth died, so it switches, and Wingnut's not here to re-add me back to the stream, but I'm going to leave real quick and come back. But Wingnut, I'm going to leave and come back real quick before you end up bouncing off again.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I got to get off, man. I got to go to sleep. I got to get some sleep. It's great talking to you guys. Thanks for having me on, Wingnut.
Hey, no worries, man. No worries.
I'll be back.
Are you?
See you later, Ghetto.
Oh my gosh. It's really getting annoying that it keeps on dropping me, and it's irritating me. I don't know why in hell it's doing this to me. I appreciate all you guys being in here, though. I mean, I can hang out as long as I can. I don't know why this thing keeps on popping me up.
Do you hear me okay?
Anyway. Yeah.
My Bluetooth died in the middle of all that, so
yeah, I ain't worried about it. Like,
a good thing.
It keeps on. My stuff keeps on jetting me out every once in a while, though, man. So it's popping me in and out. I'm having to restart my phone. It's irritating. Right.
So well, next time you end up popping out, brother, I'm gonna take that as a sign for me to take my ass to bed, because I think I might have a horny wife. So I'd rather have one of those instead of you. Just saying.
Yeah, I hate those problems you got over there, Ghetto.
I know.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm just messing around, man. But but next time you do pop out, I might go ahead and just leave, man. I need to get my ass to bed.
Yeah.
I've been on a relaxation for the last 3 days. I've had my last 3 days off, and then Monday I go back to work. So it's like, fuck. So, I want to get at least some good sleep tonight. That way I can fart around tomorrow on Sunday, or today or whatever. It's only
today,
4 o'clock here.
It's 6 o'clock here. So, I mean, the sun's already up over here.
Oh, you in the Panhandle, huh? That's why you're only 2 hours up?
Yeah, I'm Central Time.
That's right. Y'all got some weird ass time zones over there.
Got 2 time zones. There's only 2 to keep track of. That's it.
Right.
It's funny though. But yeah, it's like this. It's like 2 time zones. My gosh. That's all you got to keep track of.
Thank you, Wildflowers. I try to be an intelligent troll, try to just slide in things. I'm sorry, Wingnut. I couldn't resist it, dude. It kind of,
Yeah. Well, the Scooby Doo stuff, man, is just funny though. It's making me
dude.
laugh.
It rolled over from Tom's, and after I was, I don't know, man. I didn't mean for it to roll over to yours. I didn't. I mean no disrespect, but I know
No,
you the homie. So
it brings me back to the thing. What I think Bug Out was talking about, like when it comes down to the amount of people in the past 2 years that have flooded into YouTube. You
right.
know what I'm saying? And
Oh
it's
yeah.
like a lot of people, yeah, they are in a sense new jacks. You know what I'm saying? Compared to some of the people who've been out here for years. You know what I mean? I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
even on the channel, my main channel that I have at the moment, hell, that one's 9 years old, and I mean, I've been around YouTube for a little bit longer than that, but that particular one is 9 years old.
Yeah.
I've had to deal with a lot of stuff. I mean, but the thing is, like I was talking about, when it comes down to, I compare it to the CB. A lot of this troll stuff, man, is all the same stuff. It's the same old crap, same old, same old. Just another medium. It doesn't really affect me all that much.
No,
Because I
me
mean,
neither. That's why I have fun with it, dude.
yeah,
Me
I
personally.
yeah, I have my ways of dealing with trolls and all that kind of stuff. So I ain't worried about it. It's just the same old, same old. Honestly, man, you're not doing something right if you ain't got a couple of them. You know,
Right?
on the
And
C.
mine end up staying with me, dude. They end up becoming viewers.
I mean,
Well,
you're not. Yeah, I mean, you can call yourself a hater and all that all you want, but if you keep on coming back to the channel to watch what the fuck I'm doing, you're really a fan. You're not. You know what I mean? You got to admit it. You're a fan. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. Whatever. But um, it's like on the CB, for instance. I've got at least one hater in every state and one in every country. So I mean,
he said like one in every country.
yeah,
You got the worldwide haters, man. You made
I
it
got it
big.
covered, man. I got it. I got me international. By God, I'm telling you. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. It's like, it's just nothing different on the YouTube. You know what I
Once we
mean?
get aliens and shit, you're gonna have haters from Mars and shit.
Dude, I was sitting there talking about that the other day. It's like, man, I'm like looking up at the stars up here in the yard and stuff. I'm like, okay, when are they coming down? It's like, because I want to drive. I want to drive them fucking them flying saucers or whatever.
Right? Them little
I'm ready
orange
to get in the
globes.
driver's seat. And, you guys can
Hell
call
yeah.
shotgun all you want. I'm driving.
I gotta mute myself, man. I don't want your audience think I'm taking a piss. I gotta wash my hands.
Right, right. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences. What was it? Um, there's a lot of different subjects, stuff. It depends on how you approach it. I'm sitting there looking at that. Yeah. What the hell? Are you over there working, Nikki? Is that what you're doing? You over there working?
They're entertaining to say. Me, I'll have fun with you if I can. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you're not on some like Yorga shit where you're talking some foul shit about my wife or my friend's wife or something, I can tolerate you.
I totally missed all that stuff with yogurt, so I don't really know exactly
Yeah.
the whole deal with that stuff. So
Yeah, well, I ain't trying to bring it over here. I thought you probably knew, but either way, I ain't. You know
I
what I
know
mean?
bits and pieces. I
Well,
just wasn't. I wasn't privy to the whole stream and all. So.
Oh, okay. Well, it involved calling our wives whores and saying they need to be fucked with some nasty shit. and it's just stuff like that. That's why I laugh at so much, or I just ignore, because it's like we're on the internet or CB, whatever it is. You have to laugh at it, because what's the point of getting mad? You can't punch them. You know what I mean? So what's the point of getting mad? That's just a wasted energy.
Right.
I mean, I'm not trying to advocate violence on your channel or whatnot, but shit, we're all men, you know. I mean, somebody says that to your face, you're gonna knock them on their ass. That's just what
Yeah, I
the
know,
way it's
dude. I
supposed to
mean,
go, you know.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you know,
So there's no sense in getting mad at somebody on the internet when you're thousands of miles away. It just doesn't. That type of stuff doesn't really, you know, it doesn't
yeah.
hit me in the emotions like some people does, you know.
No, it's the same. It's the same thing, man. I mean, I've had people up in like up in the northern area, up in New York and all that stuff, man, talking shit like they're gonna come down here, they're gonna cut my antenna down and all this other stuff, and I'm burn my house. I'm like, all right, come on down. Alligators got to eat too, you know. Yeah, that's you know, feel froggy, that kind of thing.
He says the alligators gotta eat, you know.
They do. They do. They gotta eat. You know. Matter of fact, they're okay. We the guys I'm working with, they hired this other guy on. All right, and he's not necessarily giving the best of him first impressions in a sense, because he's already kind of like bowed up on some of the like the boss man. Even he's even bowed up on me once. Like
Yeah.
Friday he bowed up on me for something. Man, you got to realize that, you know, right now we're like doing this welding stuff for like dumpsters and stuff. So we're out in the backyard, where the landfill is. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, you better watch your step, man. We're standing in a landfill right now. It'll be really easy to disappear your ass and nobody will notice. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, baby. I'm over here. You're over here yelling in my house and shit. I didn't even realize my sound was all the way up. I'm all sitting in the fucking living room, just kind of zoned out.
She's telling you to like turn that shit down.
Yeah, her and my son. My son's awake too. That's the weekend. I know all you Karen parents out there. Oh my God, too bad he's homeschooled. Suck my fucking toe. I don't care. Dang, man, I need another troll to fuck with, man. That was actually fun. I've never been a troll, but it's kind of cool trolling people. Not just that particular dude, but that was kind of fun. I gotta say. See how witty you are when you're trying to deal with somebody. And I'm not even trying to dog the dude all the way out. Fuck, I don't know. He could be a saint. Who fucking knows? It doesn't, you know. Thing on my roof over my head. What the hell's Nikki doing? What, she don't like coming up on your stage or nothing?
No. She's busy doing stuff.
That's what she says, man, when she doesn't want to deal with other Florida people. She really doesn't like Florida people. I think it's pretty disrespectful. She goes to everybody else's channel that doesn't live in Florida, but she never comes on the Floridian channels, you know?
I hear you. No, Nikki's fine. Matter of fact, I was sitting there talking to a dude that's working with us, that he does work on older bikes and stuff, and he was telling me on like like what he can probably do to mine to get mine back on the road, which that would be kind of cool if I can come up with the money to do it. I need a bunch of things done to it, man. I need like tires, I need carburetor work, I need to clean out the gas tank, probably a bunch of other little things. It's been sitting for so long, the leather needs to be redone or get new seats or something. I got a bunch of stuff I need to get done to it to get it back on the road.
Yeah. So you've been back working and stuff, man? That's why we ain't seen you, or what?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I've been helping doing these guys welding job for these guys.
Yeah, last I heard, that's what you were saying you were doing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make some money, man. Trying to get something saved up. I mean, there's a good chance that somewhere in which my dad's already given me the warning in a sense. He just hasn't put it
I
up
was
for market
just
yet.
gonna ask you about that too. Did your dad
Yeah,
already put it on the market?
as far as I know, it's not on the market as I speak at this moment,
You
but
better
it
go
could.
look on Zillow and shit, man.
Yeah, so that's the thing too. It's like I got to keep watch because he could put it on the market without me even telling me about it.
Just
But the
type
thing
your
is, I
address.
always I gotta keep this in the mind. You know, if I can't convince him to try and sell it to me, which if I can convince him to do like a owner finance thing, that would be awesome because to him it would be like a paycheck every month. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think what he's thinking is he can get a big chunk of change and be done with it. That's what I think he's thinking.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
I got to
well,
keep my eyes open. You know, I'm trying to keep my eyes open. If I can't rely on this being somewhere I can stay, I'm gonna have to keep. I'm trying to find maybe something nearby that maybe like a 1-2 acre lot that's wooded, you know, or something.
yeah.
You know, that's what I'm thinking. But it's just a matter of money. Owner finance is what I'm
Yeah. Yeah.
trying to
I got
find.
you. If you ever,
Fuck you, ghetto.
I knew she would come up
Hey,
here.
I knew you were
how,
gonna do that.
how you doing, you sexy beast?
You
I
dick.
just miss you, Nikki. That's all. I haven't been on a panel with you in forever. I
Ah,
needed to see you before I went to bed. Thank
all
you.
right. I took a break. What's
Wait a
up,
minute.
you nut?
I can't be sandwiched in between two Floridians. Y'all might think I'm an alligator or something and smoke my ass. Or an iguanas.
Ah, I'll
No,
take a
man,
break.
whenever you think about it though, Wingnut, I'm sure you probably already have, but man, just type your address into Google or whatever, and it'll pop up any website, any selling website that has your address attached to it. So you'll be able to figure out if he's got
Oh
your
yeah,
stuff on the market on the internet anyways. Because I imagine that's how most people are selling their places right now. Would
right.
be through
See,
Zillow and all those
Oh,
other
yeah.
websites.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like I'm not sure exactly. I don't know if they're going to be trying to market it toward like private people or like big like finance companies or something that might want to try and snag it up. I don't know. See, you know,
Yeah,
it's
a
the
lot of
most amount of money that they're trying to figure out how to get because they're just like
yeah,
in their minds they're like I'm old, I'm gonna die soon, I want to try and make everything I can before I die, you know, that kind of a thing.
yeah,
And that's how some of my dad and some of my family are.
yeah.
But
Well,
anyway,
hey, companies are buying shit up too, dude. They're buying it up quick, and it's a
well, I mean,
seller's
you know, what is
market.
it?
It really is.
Yeah, BlackRock has been doing a lot of stuff around here, man, and
Yeah,
stuff like
across
that. A bunch of these big finance companies.
over here too, man. Over freaking probably over everywhere.
here too. It's
Yeah,
crazy. They're buying
But
everything. Like it's
well, I
crazy.
mean, it sucks though because they're buying up a lot of the rural area too, man, and kind of forcing people to go into the big
well,
cities, which I don't want to
yes,
be anywhere near.
but they're also, and if I may say, they've been doing it so long, just within from where I've been, where I was grown up, raised. I mean, anybody and everybody already knows they go into the ghettos here, cash for your house. You know what I mean? That's the same get down that they're doing right now. They were
Mm,
going in and they were handing cash to people that really didn't have that much cash, and they were taking it. And then boom, all of a sudden now here we are 20, 30 years later, and then all of a sudden there's apartment complexes all over the places that they gave these people cash for house, you know. I mean, it's the same
right.
companies, they're doing the same shit.
Yeah.
They're charging 5,000 in rent for that one little itty bitty apartment when dude just sold him a 2-bedroom shitty house, you know. They know
Right.
what the hell they're doing. They're controlling us and they're keeping us right where the fuck they want to.
Yeah. They can pigeonhole people like that because, like, it's crazy. I know one house isn't that far away, and I mean, on a good day, 4 or 5 years ago, we're talking like maybe 300 something thousand. These people were offered, I think it was like 520 something thousand. I was like, are you kidding me? And these are small houses here. They couldn't say no.
Right.
They couldn't say no. They had, I think, like 80 or 90 grand left on the mortgage from what I found out. and they made a shit ton of money. They make it to where you can't say no. And they've been doing that in a lot of neighborhoods, just like Ghetto said. Like it's crazy. They're just sucking it up. I don't know where they're getting the money, but yeah, it's nuts. $500,000 to be able to see your neighbor wipe his ass in the bathroom next door. So that's how close the houses are here.
I know. Down here on the beach, it's like that, dude. I hate that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Matter of fact, my mom, where she moved, all right, it was kind of like she was like in the back of the cul-de-sac, all right. So she was kind of private. She only had a couple of neighbors that were real close, but it was just like in the back of a cul-de-sac. Well, all right, on the back side of our property, all right, there's like a little strip of woods, and then they started clearing it out. Now they got condos going up. And I mean, like the second story of that condo can look straight into our house now. Or right into our backyard. And it's like, it's like, holy crap. Next thing you know, the other two sides will start having like property and condos being around. It should be surrounded before you know it.
They will.
And that kind of sucks. So it's like all this stuff's like popping up overnight too. You get down here on the beach, down like around Santa Rosa Beach and all that stuff like that, man. It's like popping up everything. It's just like overnight. It's like now there's like a brand new car wash that just popped up like within the past week down there, and it's like whatever. It's like all this stuff, and I mean, but the thing is like most of it is all service industry type of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, and a lot of it because it's mostly touristy type of an areas through here. There are a lot of people that live here all year round, but I mean, but still, that's like majority of what everything is like focused on is like the tourist industry.
Right.
So it's like all this service stuff. But I mean, it's like I don't know a lot of kids. When they're like kids are like, when I grow up, I want to be a waitress. But I mean, but really, that's about all they got really to offer. Is service industry stuff. You know what I mean? A waitress, a bartender, or housekeeper, or I don't know. It's kind of crazy though. We don't really produce anything that's really anything good.
I think that's what they want. Like Ghetto said, pigeonhole us into condos, apartment buildings in the cities.
Right.
And then you're just a little slave with an apron collecting.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and even that could be disappearing because hell, a robot can do all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Was they got that like I don't go to McDonald's all that often, hardly at all. But I mean, the last time I was at McDonald's, they got like these little kiosk things where you don't even have to go to a cashier, and you just do it all right there without even doing that. So it's like they're like slowly taking away that. Walmart is another good example. They have 10 checkout lanes and all of them but one of them's closed, and they got all these self-checkout lanes all open.
Yeah.
It's like, well, shit, now I'm like, should I get paid for checking myself out?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know what I mean? I'm doing their fucking job.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Did you guys notice, like I made special note, especially over the last year, just how automated and how we'd call it like cool new stuff in the past, but how we got to flood more of this stuff and automation and this and that, all because of the CV thing the last 2 years. And then you read articles about restaurants that are like, we're trying out these robots. I think a few of them started out in California or something because they were desperate, or New York or something like that. One of the big areas. Robots. Yeah.
Amazon in Seattle, they got a complete self-sufficient store through Amazon. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And you just walk in, it automatically scans your phone that you have on you. Every time you pick up an item, it's automatically scanned to your Amazon cart. You walk out. You don't need to talk to nobody. None of it.
Right.
Walk in, walk out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen. Yeah. Like they were planning on doing that in some grocery stores.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that's just another reason where that digital currency comes into play too, because then you won't have to deal with cash at all.
Right. And then Yeah, and they're already setting it up to where you won't even have to deal with the devices neither, because you look at Amazon Face, or not Face, but Amazon what is it called? Amazon's, there's a name for it, but basically they swipe your palm. You don't need a computer chip in it. Everybody has their own unique palm print. So you
Oh,
just wave your hand over. You can look it up. There's
really?
YouTube commercial. There's all kinds of whatever, but it's called a palm scan for through Amazon, and they're pumping it out. They're pumping it out pretty good. They're actually paying people $10 for you to come
Really?
out and do the pilot, whatever, wave your palm over it. But yeah, I mean, they already know. They know what we want. They even know what we're gonna go in there to the fucking store to get. Shit.
Yeah.
They know what kind of munchies you want when you smoke a fat bowl. You know
I'm
what I
like, what are
mean?
they gonna do with people like me? Because I'm almost 95% a cash girl. Like when I go to the supermarket and stuff like that,
Yeah,
That's
that's where the problem lies. Is they want to go over to this digital whatever, but there are a lot of people that ain't having that. But that's why they're doing it in a slow form. Because if you think
we're
about
all
before
private.
the COVID, well, I mean, you think about before the COVID, right?
Yeah.
We've had self checkout for what, 5 years before COVID?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But they brought it in to make it, to get us more used to it
I think
before
so.
they were, you know what I mean? Like before
Yeah.
they were fully gonna. I think that's the stupidest shit in the world, having a self checkout.
I hate it.
Do you know how much free groceries we got through that shit? I'm not even incriminating myself right now because my wife would do it. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, shit, we'd be able to get half off on our groceries. I ghetto fuck them stores. You know what I mean? Because you're screwing somebody out of a job. Fuck them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't
And
care
or
about
on the flip side, like some of the ones that they tried to have over the years, like at Publix and Home Depot, another one the first time I saw them a few years ago, like you said. But it sucks because you'll put stuff and then it messes up, so somebody has to come over anyway because you didn't take your bag off whatever area. I'm like, really? I'm like, I hate this shit because I'm about to blow the machine up. No, I did not say that. It's so annoying. I'm like, can I just talk to a person that can scan my shit?
Right? Well, and it's to the point where you don't even have a choice now.
No, I know.
Because, I mean, we're walking down the street and somebody's Ring doorbell's already scanning how you're walking, what you're doing, listening to your voice, throwing it in a data bank, putting you to the side where you belong, writing your digital shit. And that's people that don't even have no devices at all. Like my dad. My dad's got 0 devices. He still has a fucking rotary phone. Doesn't even have caller ID hooked up to his phone. But yet he has to be able to pay a bill or whatever with an email. So he'll go to the library to log into his email. And what does he have on the browsers and the email and all that other stuff? He's got a whole bunch of stuff that he's talked about where there was no devices. His interests, hiking and mountaining and all this other stuff, when it's like, how the hell? He calls it just a coincidence and all that because, I mean, he's old school. He doesn't believe in AI and all that other shit. But it's there.
You can believe the damn sky is fucking plaid with polka dots all you want. It doesn't make it fucking true.
All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I've tried to tell him that. I've only really talked to him once in the last maybe 10, 15 years, or a couple times, but that was when my mom passed a couple months ago. And that's, so having those conversations with him was like, I tried to tell him, but it's like, yeah, dude, you're just not, all right, whatever, And, dude, if you really think about it, they have it better than us right now. And the way I say that, the reason why I say that is, if you can be in complete bliss and not think about the overreach, not think about any of that, it would honestly be very relaxing, at least for a little bit. You know what I mean? I mean, they're the ones that are really going to be fucked up in the end. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I wish I was them, but it would be nice to have a break every once in a while, you know what I mean? And just be like, la, tra la 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 la, life is beautiful. You know what I mean? You can't go mute when I say tra la 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 la, man. Now I feel weird. Oh, this motherfucker. He left right when I said tra la 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 la. Y'all seen that? That's some bullshit. Well, yeah, I'm gonna see if y'all. Yeah, I'm taking a big old leak. I'm just kidding. I'm actually getting ready to brush my teeth. Well, crap, I'm muting myself too because I'm sure people don't need to hear me brush my teeth.
Sorry. It's like Gary's not even up 3 minutes and he's already aggravating the shit out of me. Right.
Sorry, Nikki. I'm trying to brush my teeth and not let the world hear
worry.
me. I'll be right back.
Brush them all.
I only got like 3 teeth, so it ain't gonna be too hard.
And I love it because the dog's running around. And it's like he's standing there in his boxers, doesn't even have his cup full of half full yet. He's just got up. And he's like, did you take the dog out? I'm like, you're standing right by the door. You let him out. How hard is it to open a sliding door? Go. Take a leak. I'm fence. Welcome to my world. Nobody gives a fuck if you're wearing boxers. The iguanas ain't out yet, bitch. Shit. Oh my God. This is why I'm not going to the car show today. I'm like, out of here. I need a day off. Sit at home and do some work. Oh my God. It's only going to get worse when he gets older. You men are so bad the older you get.
Thanks.
Lucky I ain't going to have to put up with it for long.
I hear you. I hear you.
That up, I'm going to compost his ass because the soil here sucks.
I
I need all the help I can get. Put him right next to the iguanas.
bet you, man, if you buried them iguanas, man, it makes some good composting.
I did. I had dirt that was perfection at the other house. You know that. Yeah, that was a mass grave over there. I buried them along the fence line. I always had a hole or two ready, so I could just drop it in and cover it. And then, so yeah, there are a lot of dead iguanas buried in the dirt there, but the dirt was great. I mean, you know, I never planted them near like actively growing vegetable patches and stuff, but it spreads out, you know, when you bury it. So it was really awesome dirt there, but the thing is, like this, we didn't plan on moving to this joint, and I know I'm not going to be here long, so this completely different deal that I'm doing here.
So, okay, well, I mean, I was just thinking that, you know, you're not, that's kind of like a temporary spot where you're at now, right? Eventually you're going to go somewhere else, or?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like I mean, I hope that by the end of summer, like fall, somewhere in that neighborhood, that's it for me. I mean, I'm still not even unpacked. I have crap everywhere. But unpack and weed out the garbage and sort everything out and then move on.
That's another thing I'm gonna hate if I ever have to move, man. I got so much crap, dude. I'd have to throw a lot of it away, and then I'd have to figure out how I'm going to sell some of it. I'm actually in the process of trying to like little bit here and there, trying to sell a little bit here and there, and kind of reduce what I have. But
that's what I'm doing.
I've just gathered so much stuff in the past like 10 or so years, man.
Yeah, that's my problem. I have way too much shit. I mean, that's what I do. I sell crap anyway, but you know, man, the amount of stuff you can accumulate, you know.
Well, yeah.
It's crazy. I'm looking at half of it over there on the wall now. It's just nuts. Like if I had to get out of here tomorrow or next week, it would be impossible. There's no way.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, same here, dude. I mean, and I did construction for about 20 years, man. So a lot of stuff is just like, it's stuff I just couldn't throw away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I mean, to some people's eyes, it just looks like a bunch of junk. You know what I mean? But stuff that's like it's still good stuff. It's like I could use
Yeah,
it somewhere down the line or whatever. And I mean, I know damn well this is how it always works out. I'll throw something away or get rid of it or something like that, and not even a day after that, I'm like, damn it, I had 5 of those and I just threw them away.
right.
That kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll need
There's
something,
one thing I regret selling, and that's my TIG welder. I should have never sold that thing, man.
right?
Ah,
I'm going to try and get me one of them eventually down the line. I want to get a plasma cutter and a TIG welder to kind
yeah.
of add to what I've got, just so I can actually get some things done a little bit easier. But it's just a matter of money right now. I might be able to work out a deal with the guys that I'm working with, though. Some of the older equipment that they've replaced with newer stuff, I could probably get for pretty cheap.
Oh, yeah.
But because
Barter stuff, do a barter deal or something.
yeah, I can probably do that too. Maybe even just work off some stuff. That's how I've gathered a lot of things anyway, man. I just kind of did jobs for stuff, and like get paid in things like that instead of actual money.
Hmm.
Um, so
I do that a lot.
well, sometimes it works out, you know what I mean? But that's another thing too, is like that's the thing too. I was thinking about you before you came up. Is like I got a guy that's working on the job that I'm doing that says he can probably do some work on my bike for practically nothing for labor. Just parts and stuff to kind of get everything backed up. And I could probably get that thing back on the road pretty sometime. If I
Oh,
can get the money.
yay.
I
Cool.
want to. I mean, it's just a matter of money right now.
Oh,
You
that's right.
know,
It's still not running, right?
no. I need tires. I need carburetor work. I probably need to like reline the tank. Probably need to go through and like maybe all the like the hoses and stuff. I need to replace that. And I know the thing, the leather's been sitting there for so while. Man, I probably need to get some seats. It just needs a few things. I mean, but some of that stuff I can probably get done. Like the tires. I mean, I can probably a buddy of mine. He can get me deals that he buys stuff like that on the internet all the time. He finds really
Yeah.
good deals.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at stuff, man, without looking on the internet. It was going to cost me like $500 to get 2 tires and mount it. I was like,
Oh,
God
that's
dang.
ridiculous. You can get it way less than that. Besides, you got my number. You know what I mean? When it comes down to that, just call me.
Yeah, because
If you're not
um,
sure about what you're looking at, you know what I mean?
yeah, because I mean, me personally, all right, um, I don't really need like any fancy tires. I just need something that's kind of all around because I might, there's a possibility I might be on a dirt road or I might not be, so I want the option of be able to handle on either one of them.
Yeah.
But
And the gas tank actually, I mean, if somebody's doing that for you, we run into that a lot with some of the older bikes. Sometimes it's almost cheaper if you shop around, you can find a used tank
really,
that'll fit your bike. Just pop that shit on there. It's cheaper, it's better than you going through the misery of trying to have to redo that tank. Yeah, if the tank is that bad. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know it's been a while and it's been sitting for a while and all this other stuff. There's probably rust or whatever in that tank. So what I was thinking, I probably just reline it. Get that stuff you kind of like that liquid stuff you put in there and you kind of like reline it.
That's
I don't
not a
know.
good idea.
I don't know. I'm not sure yet. But I need to get something done. I want to get. I want to
Gonna
get.
spend money on anything, find yourself a good used gas tank that's a takeoff. Even if it has a ding here and there, that's cosmetic. You can always fix it, a small
Mhm.
ding, and because wait, what's the year and model of your bike again?
If I remember correctly, I think it's a '97 Vulcan Classic Kawasaki.
Yeah, well, so that's a metal tank.
Yeah.
So yeah, so a little ding because big dings turn to rust and they rust on the inside. But yeah, you can find a used tank for that all day long. And
Hey
you'll be
y'all.
way better off. You just clean it out a little bit, put fresh gas, you're good to go. You're asking for trouble because ultimately, let's say the motor itself is really good, and you go in and that tank you've got is in really bad shape, and you want to try to clean it and line it, there's always particles left in there. Ultimately, the damage potentially that it can do over time of you riding and getting in the motor and effing that up, now you got a
Right.
whole new world of problems. When if you just spent an extra maybe 30 or 40 or 50 bucks over what you would have spent doing that labor wise and doing the old tank, it's totally worth every penny.
Right.
Because now you're talking the inner workings of the bike. You don't want to get crap in your motor and all that shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
What's up? What's up, Ghetto? What were you
No,
saying?
no, I'm falling out here, dude. I'm falling asleep. I'll see y'all on the next. Not because of the conversation. It's just 4:40 in the morning, and I usually don't
Right.
stay up this late anymore. It's weird.
yeah, I know.
But, well, I used to be. I haven't really been up this late in the last few weeks, just because I'm working at this different job. But anyways, I'm fucking sleeping.
All right.
Nighty
Y'all have a
night.
good one. I'll see you on the next one.
All right. You have a
Freedom,
good one.
y'all.
That's why
Yeah.
he's brushing his teeth. He was getting ready.
I'll have to look into it, man. When it comes down to it, it might be a better idea. I didn't really even think about it on that end of it, because I mean, there's a bunch of stuff, you know.
Find used parts. We have a guy
Yeah.
down here, actually, a good contact. He's the king of like used motorcycle parts. We've known him over 25 years. So if you find something, just tell me. He may have
Yeah,
it
because
way less. You know what I mean?
yeah, because I mean, right off the bat, I mean, like I said, I know it needs carburetor work because it's been sitting for a while, and tires for sure. And then, like, I definitely need a new battery. I need probably seats, and there's a bunch of little things.
Yeah.
I mean, cosmetic wise, I've got the tail lights on the back end, man. They're just hanging by the wires. They work, but they're just hanging by the wires. Little things, stupid little things, and plus, like I said, it's been sitting up underneath that bull barn for about, shoot, 7 or 8 years now. So just being sitting under there,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
In this weather, yeah.
well, I mean, not only that, I mean, there's no telling if dirt daubers had gotten into that sucker somewhere. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
there's a possibility, and that I probably have to clean out the exhaust, or I don't know. I have no idea. But because I haven't messed with it in so long,
Yeah.
but
A lot of
it's
that
a
stuff.
damn shame that it just sits there. I want to do something with it. I want to get it back up.
Yeah.
I mean, I miss riding it. You know what I mean? And
That'd be cool.
yeah, I mean, it's just
That's cosmetic. You can do a lot of that stuff yourself.
yeah. I mean, it's just some of it comes down to just the parts, and and some of it, I've never done.
Yeah.
I've never taken that tank off to mess with the carburetor. I've never done that on that bike. So I just like, it's like I feel a little timid just because I haven't done it before. You know what I mean? I almost kind of wish I had somebody sitting there. And it's like, well, just point. It's like do this, that, this, and that, and I do all the labor. I'll be fine with that.
Yeah, that would be cool. Too bad you're not closer to me.
I hear you. Well, you never know. I mean, because I don't know what's going to happen in the future, man. There's no telling.
Don't come down here. Hell no.
No, I mean,
I'm on my
no.
way further closer to you.
Right on. There you go. So yeah, you get your ass up here.
I'll be
Yeah.
like, well, once C gets here, and then I'll be closer to Hondo and you guys than I am down trying to get the hell out of South Florida because it sucks ass. So,
Yeah, for
it is.
sure.
It's a liberal shithole down here.
I know. Well, I grew up in Orlando. That's about as south as I mean, actually, I spent time in Key West, but
Yeah.
that's about as south as I really want to get is Orlando. And I mean, I really have no desire. I used to go diving out there off of West Palm Beach and stuff. I used to, out there in the coral reef out there. I used to go diving out there and stuff when I was younger, but that's about it, man. But I grew up in Orlando pretty much, until I in my late teenage years, and
Yeah.
so I mean that's what I'm used to. Orlando and Ocala, you know what I mean? But
Ocala is so pretty. Yeah.
I like it because I like the rural area of Ocala. I mean that's what I like to live in, and when I was living there, and because I mean shoot, we had like our nearest neighbor was like a quarter mile away, and they had horses, and they had this big field. It was, yeah, you know what I mean. I like that, but we were at least, it's like even where I'm at, I'm close enough to the big city, but I'm still in more, I guess, like the rural area part of it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's perfect. Yeah.
But the only problem is like if everything goes to shit and I only got a little bit of leeway time before it gets to me.
Oh, really?
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, you think
that's what
about it,
I'm doing.
it's like, well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like you think about it. Like if somebody was telling me this, it's like if something was big to happen, there's like a couple of states that people think that things would probably happen. And the main reason is because the governors that are kind of pushing back so much, and people think because DeSantis is pushing back so much,
Mhm.
and all that stuff, that they might try and do some kind of red flag event here in Florida.
I was
Well,
thinking,
then
yeah.
if that happens, where everybody's going. They're going north.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you think about it. It's like like I was talking to somebody up in about Alabama, and he's like, yeah, it's like eventually. I mean, can you imagine imagine a massive amount of refugees from Florida going into Alabama? Because
Yeah.
some bullshit
No,
happened.
I don't
You know
see
what
it
I mean?
happening. Oh, all I know is if you're at the bottom part of Florida, you need to get out, which is what I'm trying to do, because I definitely don't want to be here if anything goes south. There's a lot of wide open land in Florida.
Yeah,
Like
depends on what
literally
you want.
you're in the middle of nowhere and you'd be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, there is. I mean, yeah, I mean, like I said, Ocala is nice. I mean, if you get in one, like you get in some rural area,
Yeah.
um, but I don't know how far north are you talking about up here in Florida anyway?
Not too much further than that. Like if you're in the Daytona remote area, if you go west of Daytona, it starts being wide open land.
Yeah,
I just was. So anywhere there in that area of the map of Florida, if you draw a line across from there and maybe just a little above that, that's like my ideal scenario there
yeah,
because
right
it's
on.
wide open there, man. There's a lot of land to be had there. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I used to ride up and down US 1 a lot, so I mean, there's a you can see how rural it gets, or like wide open in areas gets into some of that area.
Yeah.
Up and down.
I don't want to be too close to the ocean, but I don't want to be way far in if I'm too far up north either. And then like you, I don't want to be too far from civilization, but I want to be just far enough.
Right. Yeah. I mean, um, let's say maybe 30, 40 minutes driving distance to town. That would be probably,
Yeah,
that's
it's
that's
doable.
not that bad. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I mean, I can handle that. I mean, I guess, I
yeah,
mean, I was working at this one job where it was like just one way to get to the job. It was almost an hour and 15 minutes, So you think about it. I was like almost 3 hours sitting in my vehicle going back and forth just to the job,
oh my god,
which kind of sucks.
that
But
sucks.
sometimes that's the way it is if you live way out or live out in the distant. You got to
Yeah,
travel.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
the only part
There's
about it.
a lot of nice areas, up there. That's where I've been looking. And again, like as far as the bird flies, if you draw a line, it's not far from a lot of people. Some of them too. I'm not going to say all the name.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
But at
I
least we're
mean,
in sort of close proximity. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's the amount of floating around I do on YouTube. I mean, there's a few people that are on YouTube that are right here in Florida that are close by.
Yeah, yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, hell, there's one guy that's right in this area down here in Panama,
Yeah,
and
I know who you mean. I think
yeah, yeah,
I know who you mean.
CFP, yeah, and and we have yet to get together yet. And that's another thing too. We're trying to actually is just trying to find the free time between each other, and we're
Mm.
talking about just like going fishing or something like that, and just kind of
Oh, that
hanging
would be
out. Yeah, because actually, I mean, until he moves, because that's his plan too, is moving. But until he moves, he would be another good asset that's a local. You know what I
cool.
mean?
Yeah,
Um,
for sure.
because I mean, when it comes down to that, that keeping in contact with everybody and and all that stuff, and having some kind of something if something happens, having something set up.
Yeah.
And a lot of that can't be said or talked about like in what we're doing now. We got to do
No.
this face to face type of stuff. You know
Right.
what I mean? There's a lot of that can only be talked about face to face. So
And it's especially important in a state like ours, actually, because I think it was Bug Out I snapped a picture to. It came up on a stream once, something about targets and this and that. And now they've always updated that book. Mine is still a little bit older, but it's still perfectly useful. It goes state by state, strategic relocation. And you can see it. And the one problem with Florida is it's shaped like a Johnson. There's only one way out, basically. You know what I mean?
right.
So if the shit hits the fan, it's
North.
the state it really is important for you to have your contacts and know things, because it's not that easy to get out of here.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. It's like if it was to happen, everybody's going to be going north. If they don't have a way to get off land and get into a boat and get out on the water, by land, the only way to go is north. You know what I mean? That's the only way to get out.
Not a bad idea if you live near the coast, or there's a lot of water in Florida, so a boat is always a good idea.
Yeah, it would be a good idea. I mean, at one time I was thinking about having a boat and living on that sucker when I was down in the Keys, but that would be a way to do if you had the means to do that. I mean, because it'd be a good escape route plan. But
it has to be, especially if you're where Florida starts getting narrower and narrower.
Yep,
it's a really good idea, or know somebody that has one.
Yeah, I mean seriously, yeah. I mean, because I mean, zombie apocalypse happened. Okay, think about it. Can you imagine the droves of people trying to go north? On the highways, trying to get away from whatever. You know what I mean? It'd be like a big bottleneck until it gets out. Florida.
Yeah.
But or people will be going out toward the water. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It'll be a mess here because we're so especially down this part of Florida. It's so overpopulated. There are going to be bigger problems. Initially, a big segment of the population, they're not going to be trying to get out of here. It's going to look like, what we saw on TV 2 years ago. It's going to look like that. Because that's pretty much, it's so overcrowded down here. They're just going to be looting and pillaging and doing all kinds of crazy crap.
Yeah,
that's true. Bug Out. I know.
And
I think about that all the time. Bug Out was talking about that.
I know. I agree with him too. You know what I mean? It's just a matter. If right now we're all in a different.
Pretty badass.
We're just separated by geographic location at the moment. That's the only thing. It's not like we all live in the same neighborhood. You know what I mean? Can you imagine if we lived in the same neighborhood and it's like, 3 houses down? Hey, Nikki, what's going on?
We'll kill some iguanas.
But that's the thing. It's like this kind of, I like it kind of brings us together though. I mean, when it comes down to this party line, I guess you can call it, like what we're doing, sitting here having these chats and stuff.
The situation I'm at, I'm not opposed to kind of doing a compound thing. I mean, I've been talking to kind of seeing Hundo about that. We talk about that stuff all the time, because if you're like-minded like that, and that three of us are, and obviously so is Bug Out and all that, it's not a bad idea at least to have that in your head, that's a real possibility.
The only problem is where do we go?
Land is disappearing fast here too.
That's exactly what I was going to that too. It's like, okay, where do you go? Unless you had a piece of property already set up, or at least sitting there waiting, and then everybody was like on the up and up. Like when it comes down to like, okay, when everybody gets when everybody knows that the shit is hitting the fan, we all meet up here, that kind of thing.
Right.
Well, you got to have that meetup. You got to have that place to go to, and even if it's a common area. I mean, it could be somebody's private property. I don't know, but still, it just where do we go? And if we were to all then meet up for some reason,
Because
know,
just like they're buying up houses, they're buying up land. Like I've
right.
seen the same stuff. I've been looking at land for the last couple of years. It's continually going up, and there are people. We were just talking about it on a private chat the other day. It like people are just picking up the phone that have like money out of state, and they're just buying it
Right.
sight unseen just to have,
Yes.
you know,
Yeah. I
and
know.
that puts the poor guy that's like, well, I'm happy with just an acre or two and it's dirt ass cheap. I just have to put like $800 or $900 down. That's quickly disappearing. Because there's so many people out of state for just in case. And even if they never want to come here, it's a good investment. You can never go wrong. Buying stuff in Florida. I shouldn't even say that on a live stream, but I mean, as of right now, we still have a lot of wide open land, but that's not gonna last long. It's not. Wingnut, I gotta boogie temporarily. If you're still on, I'll jump back on, but he's got to go to a car show. So.
Hey, no worries. No worries. I may or may not. I don't know. It depends.
All right.
But
Nice
hey, I
talking
appreciate you,
to
Nikki. You
love
have a
you.
good one. Love you too.
Right. I'll be in chat still. I got you on my phone, so
Okay, cool.
The tool out of here. Yeah.
Right on. All right. Yeah. It is getting kind of hard. I mean, I've been keeping my eyes open myself because I'm saying that's what but I've got a couple of different criteria, I guess you call it, like what I'm looking for in land. I mean, I want about a couple acres, maybe 1 or 2 acres or something like that. Wooded, basically a, rural area. It's got to have water. It's got to have either a creek or something like that on the property, or there's a well and a septic already there. Now, there doesn't have to be any kind of a building there or any kind of infrastructure or a structure there. It doesn't have to be. But if there is, that's a plus. But if there's already a well and a septic, that's something I would like to have. And then I can just start from there. I can build off of that. I can put my own damn septic and all that stuff in, but it'd be better if it was already there and just have to be tapped into. But I'm kind of wanting to stick around in this area at the moment, somewhere around this area, because my mom, she lives down there on the beach, and I want to stick around close because she's here. So if I don't stay at this property, I want to find something that's closer or close around here in that same kind of criteria. Now, if I had a perfect world, I mean, I like that piece of property on one of these rivers out here. But a lot of the property that's along the rivers are being, swallowed up by water management, which is fucked up. So there's hardly any private property on these rivers anymore. But that would be the ultimate thing. I'd love to have a piece of property right on a spring head. That would be even better. That would be like, man, if I had, the ultimate, it'd be like, well, that's awesome for you, Bug Out. Yeah, I hear you. My dad used to have 40 acres out here, and now it's just reduced down to like just a little over 7. But he used to have 40 acres, but it got snagged up because he lapsed on paying taxes, and somebody started taking, they got the damn property. Kind of sucks. It was actually pretty good. It was the only problem with the property was landlocked. That was the only problem with the 40 acres. But he doesn't have that anymore. I'll be happy with just maybe 1 or 2, somewhere where I can call home base. If I decide to go traveling again or whatever, I want to be able to have like a home base I can always come back to. Um, you know, that's what I want, and that's I mean, it would be nice. Um, for instance, here, um, if I can get this piece, and you know, but that may not be an option. So I'm keeping my eyes open, talking to people and looking around. Nothing's come up yet, and I don't really have a lot of money saved up yet, so it's not like a big deal at the moment. But I don't know. I don't know. It's one of them things. You know, the whole damn thing could go to shit before anything happens. I mean, you know, my dad could pass on. I have no idea what he's got in the damn, if he's got anything in a will or not. So there's no telling. If he was to pass on today or something like that, man, I have no idea what would happen to me. Uh, so I have no idea what's going to happen in the future. So just got to keep my eyes open and try and save up some money and try and get me something, so I can have like that home base. Yeah. I just never had a home base, so that was mine. So I want that for myself. But I hear you, Bug Out. Well, maybe I'm gonna have to get out there and just kind of just check out and see what you got going on over there. Who knows? I don't know. But or at least me and you got to get together one of these days, kind of hang out, sit by a fire, and as they say in BS, or brainstorm, all that good stuff. Because there is a lot of stuff that me and you can probably talk about. It can only be said face to face. Just saying. I don't know. I had a guy stay here for about a week one day, or for a little while he was around the state. He's got a YouTube channel. But he's ex-Marine. But he's like older fella, back in the days of the Vietnam and stuff type. So I mean, but some of the stuff that we talked about while he was here was definitely could not be done on YouTube. Could not be talked about on YouTube. And yeah, just a lot of stuff out there when it comes down to the when it all happens, what has to be done and what needs to be done and all that other stuff. Anyway, and my plans can alter. I've got A, B, C, D, E, and F plans at the moment. And plans can get altered, I mean, I'm always looking for other escape routes or other, exit strategies, because I mean, shit, right at the moment, right where I'm at, I'm close to 2 Air Force bases. So if military becomes targets, I'm pretty damn close to 2 big targets. And yeah, right on, Bug Out. Yeah, see, I used to live in Orlando, and I mean, Daytona, New Smyrna, Cocoa Beach, really familiar area to me. And and then plus, like I said, I used to live in Ocala, so I've lived a lot of different areas through all through Florida, and yeah, and but you're north. That's 4 or 5 hours. That's inland anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even mind swamp area. I think swamp areas could be very beautiful. Used to be down in Orlando back in the old days, man, when I was a kid. Hell, they're now like multi-million dollar freaking housing developments and golf courses now, but when I was a kid, there were swamplands like off the Okava River and stuff like that. We used to take John boat and go out there in the damn swamp. And there was a few of these they were just fishing shacks that somebody put like some shack up on stilts or whatever, and they just go out there every once in a while and go fishing and stuff. We'd go out there and party, and dude, that was so much fun. Um, yeah, out there in the middle of the damn swamp, fucking hooping and hollering as loud as you didn't have to bother nobody. It was pretty good. Mhm. Yeah, because I mean, I started thinking about it. It's like just even right here, what I've got, all right, what I'm sitting on. I'm sitting on 7 acres. All right, now, even if it got if my dad passes on and he was to leave it to us 4 kids, it would get split in four pieces. Now, just even like if it got split in 4 pieces, that's still big enough. That's plenty for me. Um, yeah, I know about the area. Yeah, I know about where you're at, Bug Out. I know about the area you're at. Um, but yeah, I mean, even like what I got, it's even that, like if it was split, even that little piece would be fine. I mean, hell, I'd be happy with just that piece, just the piece that's got the pole barn on it. I'd be happy with that. I'd turn around and I'll wall that pole barn up, make that my house, and that'd be perfect for me. You know, make it look like a barn on the outside of it, but on the inside, make it all nice. Yeah, half of it like my shop, the other half of my apartment type house type thing. That'd be perfect. I don't know, but I can't rely on that. Like I said, I can have dreams and wishes and stuff like that to happen, but it may not happen that way. So I'm always looking for something else. But at the moment, the main reason why I want to stick around this area is because my mom. So it's the main reason. I don't want to go too far away. But yeah, I'm always thinking about exit strategy. I don't know where. I mean, because I mean, hopefully I don't get to my F plan, my fuck it plan. Hopefully I don't ever get to that. But um, I don't know. Mhm. Well, hell, I'm almost running out of things to talk about. What the hell are we talking about now? What the hell am I talking about? Mm. Now think about it. Now think about it. I'm sitting here thinking about it. Bug out. Is that? Do you think where you're at right now is a good spot to hold out if you needed to? Let me ask you that. Do you think that's like, for instance, if you bugged in, um, is that like? Do you think that would be a good spot? Like, I mean, when it comes down to like even like your neighbors and all that stuff around your area, your locals around that area. Um, I mean, that's another thing too, man. I start thinking about like even like I heard it the other day. I think one of my neighbors has got a fully automatic. Either that or he was real damn fast on that trigger. Because he was, I heard some guys out there yesterday or whatever were like shooting off some stuff to target practicing, man. One of them sounded like it was a full automatic. I started thinking about it. I was like, oh shit, man. I hope that motherfucker, if he ever goes to shit, that motherfucker doesn't get desperate enough and I might have to steal that fucking automatic away from him. I would just hate that. I would just hate to steal that motherfucker from him. But that's no. But I start thinking about it. It's like, you know, when it comes down to the neighbors and stuff around this area, even where I'm at now. And then if I had to move, I'd have to like do all that networking all over again, which sucks, which I hate doing. It's like I've spent what, I don't know, let's say 8 or 9 years in this area, kind of working up like networking with people around me and stuff like that, you know, meeting people and this and that. Dude, I would hate to start all over again somewhere else, man. I've done it so many goddamn times. I'm fucking over it. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just one of the things. It's like that's the reason why I'm kind of like I'm trying to get my dad to kind of work with me here. You know what I mean? When it comes down to this property, but I don't know. If I have to, I have to. I hear you, Bug. I mean, you know, I've actually that has I've had that I've had that ponder in my mind. I've had that because I started thinking about it. I was like, remember, you know, I start thinking about like the Disney World and stuff like that. You know, can you imagine? I mean, that's exactly what I was saying to Nikki. I was like, dude, if that ever got like fucking, if it was like everybody fucking left and it became like an abandoned property, I would make like Space Mountain my fucking house, you know, you know, or the Haunted Mansion. Dude, that would be an awesome house. But you know what I mean? If that became abandoned property, that's what I'd do. I'd fucking, I'd claim my home there. That, you know, because I mean, you think about it. If everything goes, if that shit and everybody goes north, yeah, fucking, well, you know, fucking Disney World's gonna be fucking wide open space. You know, be perfect. Or go to, you know, like I don't know if it's still there or not, but what was it? Mystery Funhouse. That place that's down there by uh, Disney. It's like shaped like a big fucking wizard with a fucking top hat. I can't remember. It had like a, I don't know. You can go. You used to be able to go play laser tag and like a Mystery Funhouse. Mystery Funhouse, I think it's called. Anyway, I don't know if it's still there or not. That'd be a neat building to live in. But I mean, you know, it has dawned on me. It has dawned on me. Matter of fact, there is this one. It's an island actually down there on Disney that they used to have some kind of a theme park type of thing, like an animal thing or whatever. But they closed it down, and I mean, and it's still at the moment not being used, and it's just overgrown. The buildings are just kind of rotting away. It's right in the middle of some pond or lake or something like that. It's on the property. That'd be a good place to hold out. because it's a very own island right in the middle of Disney. I don't know, but it has. I mean, I have thought about it. It just totally depends on what's going on and which, even my fuck it plan can actually change. Now that I think about it, because my fuck it plan, um, I have, I have a place in mind. The only problem is it's a lot of land to cross to get to it, especially if I got to do it by foot. It would take me a long fucking time to get there. And I may or may not be the only one there. That's the other thing too. I started thinking about it. Some of these places that I think about in my mind, I know they're good spots, but I'm not the only one that knows about it. So there's a possibility I could get to this place that I think would be a good spot. And next thing you know, there's people already there. I mean, there is that, I mean, so I'm always thinking about like there's got to be a spot where I can go where I know where I'll be the only one there. You know what I mean? It's like I won't have to worry about going to a spot and finding people sitting there already. But that's the other thing too. It just totally depends on what's going on and where it is. Like for instance, if I can't get to my fuck it spot because that whole area is blocked off, well, I'm just gonna have to change that plan to a different place. I don't know, but hopefully I don't have to get to that point. What? Are you fucking kidding me, bug out? Dude. Even Epcot, man. Epcot, dude, there's when Epcot was getting built, actually, when I was younger, man, my dad, we went driving out there one time, man, and it was just like when a lot of this stuff was still under construction. And my dad took me out there one time, man, and he had like some blueprints rolled up and a tape measure on his side, and he just told me to walk with him, and we walked in that place like he fucking owned the place, like he was like a foreman on the job site or some shit. And we just walked around and kind of looked at everything, and it was pretty cool to get like back, back behind the, behind the whole, the whole behind the scenes type of look, especially in the construction part of it. It was pretty neat. Back when Epcot and like Universal Studios and all that shit was being built. That was pretty cool. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff out there, bug out. The little people live there. That's where the little people live. I remember when I was a kid, they put all this safety stuff up since then. But when I was a kid, the old haunted house ride you can go through. What was it? There was a couple of spots during the ride where they go through like a cemetery type of stuff. Dude, when I was a kid, we would jump out of the little pod or whatever that rides you through the ride or whatever. We would jump out of that sucker and then go hide behind like the gravestones and stuff like that. When people were riding by, we're like jump out and scare them and shit. It was so much fun. They made all the safety protocols and stuff like that where you can't do that anymore. But yeah. But yeah, Space Mountain would be a cool place to build a house. And Thunder Mountain, that would be a good place to build a house too. I mean, it's just not just. I mean, Space Mountain would be awesome. Yeah, so I mean, it just needs to go abandoned, and then I can live there, Nikki. That's all. That's. I mean, they just need to abandon the whole fucking property, and then I'll just take up residence there. That's what that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Yeah. I'm serious, Disney will just go broke. Nobody will go anymore, and they'll fucking just abandon the whole property, and then I'll go squat in the Space Mountain. Make that my house. I can have dreams, right? I can have dreams. I don't know if they'll abandon it. I don't know. There's no telling there. I mean, Nick. I mean, honestly, I have no idea. I I don't know. It just depends. I mean, they do make a lot of money, and I mean, seriously, you think about how much money a ticket is to get into Disney and kind of do all the rides and all that stuff. I think the last time, and this was years ago. This is 20 some odd years ago, probably more. It was like fucking $50 a ticket, and this is probably a shitload more than that now. I don't know, but um, we used to have when I was a kid. We used to have season pass. Go to like SeaWorld, Disney, and what was it Universal Studios when they got built. Um, when I was a kid, because it was cheaper that way actually. Because I mean, SeaWorld, hell, I used to go to SeaWorld all the time just for fucking school. Uh, was it? Um, they would do like school stuff, like a tour to SeaWorld and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. I was just like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it would be. That's what they ought to do. They're just like they ought to just go bankrupt and just abandon the whole property. I mean, that would be something. Like if the shit hits the fan and everybody wants to like in droves leave Florida, yeah, that whole property of Disney World that would be abandoned, and I could make Space Mountain my house. Well, why not? Yeah. I don't know, man. It just totally depends on what's going to happen. I have no idea. I just know in my gut that there's something big's going to happen. And the way they're playing this out, man, where they're already setting up the stage for like some kind of red flag event so they can like, do something massive in the country and get everybody scared, kind of like the 911 event, and blame it on whatever or whoever, and then put everybody on lockdown again, or some shit like that. I mean, that's the thing, dude. They're gonna use this crap that's going on up there right now with the Russian and Ukraine stuff. It's just like the thing is they're gonna use that shit. All right, and they're already using it. They're already trying to blame a lot of stuff for what's going on. They're trying to blame the damn freaking interest rates on him and all that shit. It's like, oh, come on, give me a fucking break. Everything. They're going to try and blame that on that. So, I mean, so whatever red flag event that they'll push out, man, they're going to try and blame it on that and this and that, whatever, and escalate. I mean, there is no such thing as de escalation to these people. So, I mean, escalation is going to be the whole thing. Double down on everything. No matter if they're right or wrong, double down, double down. That's their whole playbook, you know, to continue to get it, push it. One more. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if they get pushed back 2 steps. They take 1 step forward. And they're continually making that slow progress to their goal is to knock down the opponent's queen. And you know, that's basically our will, you know. That's exactly what it is, basically. I mean, if you just relate it to a chess game, if you guys are familiar with a chess game and what it is all about, I mean, the whole objective is it's like, okay, you're playing an opponent, and the objective is to take the queen down. You got to fight through all that other players in the process to do so, but you got to have strategy. You got to be thinking of this and that, whatever. Well, that's exactly what they're doing. And we're all busy fucking around with the damn pawns and the rooks and the fucking knights and all that other shit. We're fucking around with that, paying attention to that, while the queen's still around. And we can't focus on the queen. They've had generations to set the board, and they're the people in position to keep us busy while they're trying to take our queen, which is our free will, away and take it down. And they're using all this shit like any kind of crisis, as they say, you can't let a good crisis go to waste. You know, they're using this everything and this escalation of double downing and all this other shit, man, to increase the crisis so they can implement their one world control. I mean, because it does come down to the economics also. Like I said, it's a lot. It has to do with just trying to keep that Ponzi scheme of fiat currency in play. All right, and it's the whole goddamn thing when it comes down to like what's going on up there is because Russia wants to force people to start using the ruble if they want to fucking buy anything from them, not the fiat currency. The petrodollar doesn't want any of that shit. Well, like I said, past, if you look at the track record, the United States corporation has just basically gone in and whacked people that wanted to sit there and use their own currency and not the petrodollar. I mean, what was it? Like I said, it was like, you had Castro, you had Muammar Gaddafi, and I think it was another one. They just went in and flat out and fucking whacked them. Well, what do you think they're going to try and do, and they're going to try and pull off now that Putin has done this stuff, man, has announced this stuff and trying to do this stuff? They're going to try and whack them. And if he's got any kind of an alliance of any kind of a like temporary alliance or whatever with China, there's a good chance because they're already there has been some information of movement, military movement, like they're going to prepare to go take over Taiwan. All right, now if the U.S. corporation gets involved in that too, along with what's going on within the Ukraine and stuff, man, at the same damn time, could piss off these two motherfuckers that might sit there and go ahead and have like a temporary alliance and truce with each other, and just because they got a common enemy. I mean, how do you think this is going to play out? That's what I don't understand, where a lot of people, man, in the just general populace are not really fucking paying attention to. I mean, that's what I don't understand, why they don't see it, or they can't see it. I mean, I understand people are just trying to make a living and, put food on their table and a roof over their head and blah, blah, blah. I get it, because I'm doing the same damn thing. But fuck, dude. I mean, keeping your head in the sand like it doesn't exist doesn't fucking make it go away. And a lot of this stuff is happening in the background, but the majority of it is happening right here, real time, in your face. And a lot of people are just still oblivious to it, don't see it, the blinders on where they only see you right directly in front of them, and that's it. Nothing above, on the sides, below. I don't see anything else. Peripheral vision is non-existent. You know what I mean? I was sitting there. I was imagining, like in a visual type of a scenario. Like I was trying to imagine that chess game, but instead of a chess board, having that on a big world map. And if you got these players on the board and that represents different things, like I don't know, let's say submarines or boats or airplanes or troop movements or tanks or whatever, doesn't matter. If you were one of the opponents on that in that game and you were wanting to make a big play, most likely you would have to have all your pieces in the right place so you can make this big play. Now, if you relate that in the geopolitical, the whole, all that kind of stuff, and you think about it, like what these big players, if they wanted to make a move, what kind of stuff would they would have to have in place? What kind of infrastructure? Like, for instance, if they were wanting to make a big play and it involved military action, where does everything got to be? Like their tanks, their airplanes, their submarines, their boats, their troops. Where's all that stuff at? Their missiles and stuff. Where's all that stuff at? I mean, if you can actually visualize that and see it all laid out like that, you can have a better idea of what's going to happen or how it's happening, what they might be doing, what they might be being prepared to do. Yeah. I know, Nikki. That's the thing. It's like, cause I'm actually thinking about parts of my family too, in that same respect. I'm serious. It's I mean, it was that cognitive dissonance that, I mean, it literally, it falls under the definition of Stockholm syndrome too. It's weird. You know, I've always been an oddball to the norm. But that's the thing. It's like, it seems like this society is just so damn insane. And since I'm not really, I'm kind of an oddball to the norm. I'm just not insane enough, I guess. Or maybe I'm the most sane person I know, and everybody else is crazy. But here, let's see here. I gotta let these girls out. I think they need to go outside and go pee and stuff. But I don't know. I think it's almost going to have to take something almost biblical in a sense to actually wake a lot of people up to the point where, the only problem is when it comes to their front door, it's already too fucking late. That's what I was saying this, and it's like a lot of people for years have been trying to call me crazy for saying this. It's like, what's up, SG? But this is, the whole robot scenario. It's like, a lot of people just will not really realize it and have that oh crap moment until fucking robots are going down the street and killing people. Drones are over our head. And you think I'm fucking kidding you when I say that. You think I'm fucking crazy when I say that. That's the thing. It's like, the people that think I am crazy, they're just not really in tune to reality. And the even the technology part of it is just growing ever faster, exponentially at an exponential rate. It's just one of them things, dude. Here, let me let these dogs out. These girls are wanting to go outside. I'll be right back, y'all. Keep everybody in line, Nikki. Here. You guys want to go out? But yeah. Well, Nikki, I'm gonna tell you something. When it comes down to it, it's that idea and that feeling that a lot of people have. It's like, oh, it's not in my neighborhood. Oh, that's happening in some other state, or that's in some other country. Type of an attitude. I mean, they believe since it's happening way the fuck over there or wherever it is, it's not that important or it doesn't affect them. But that's just not true. You know what I mean? What is the old saying? Is it's like injustice happened to one man, it will happen to all men. I'm serious. If it can happen to like let's that's the thing. Even in this country and the way the cops are when it comes down to the general public, if one man can be murdered for just not wanting to talk to a fucking cop and the cop gets off with it and they claim it justified, if that can happen to one, that can happen to anybody. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So I mean that's just more of a local thinking, here in this country. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's in this country or out of this country, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? If it can happen to somebody in another country, it can happen to anyone anywhere. It's just the idea that there are people out there that think that they have a higher claim over other people's lives and their property than they do. And it's that idea that has to be eradicated from from just from the whole fucking planet. You know, no one has a higher claim over my life and property than I do, and anyone that wants to think that they have that claim or is not, that's a tyrant. That's somebody that just wants to. That is somebody that wants to be my master because they think they have a higher claim over my life and my property than I do. And that idea has to be eradicated. The idea of a master or ruler, like even like this president crap, they're not our leaders. They don't give a shit about us. They don't care. Majority of those people that have been working in fucking government for 40 some odd years or more, they have never worked a day in their life for honest fucking living. They've been on a so-called welfare the whole goddamn life. I mean, honestly, do you think any of them actually literally paid for fucking gas? Or even pumped their own fucking gas? Well, maybe. But I mean, out of their own damn pocket from earnings that they earned outside of public fucking funds, paid for gas? No. They have no idea what we have to deal with. They don't have to. They don't deal. They don't care. They don't. I mean, the hell, they don't have to pay for gas. They don't worry about damn fucking how much it costs. You know what I mean? Put that on the damn public's fucking bill. Public will pay for that, along with our own goddamn gas. That's the problem. I got to pay for my gas. Plus, I got to pay for gas for all the damn politicians too, and government employees. A lot of these fucking cops, man, because they got computers and shit, they leave their fucking cars running. Even when they're not anywhere near it. I see it all the goddamn time. They leave their fucking cars running all the time. And there are excuses because they have computers that can't be shut off. Fucking bullshit, man. Anyway. It's very strange. I don't know why my damn cell signal kept on dropping out all those times, man, but for some reason it's not doing it at this moment. But for a while there, man, it was like fucking 5 or 6 times in a row, it would just drop out and I have to fucking restart. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe I'm not hitting the nerves yet. As soon as I hit a nerve, they'll cut me down. They'll cut me off again. Hondo, I mean, you know, that, I mean, you know, that's the thing too, is standing up, the, and what that is, what that entails. Now, in my opinion, the way I see it, each of us have our own talents, have our own skill sets, and all that other stuff. That's how we stand up, utilizing the stuff that we know know how to use the best. You know, using our skill sets and our talents, and using the tools to achieve that. You know, in a sense, to throw big ass monkey wrenches into the system. Um, you know, whatever. Because the idea of standing up to some people's ideas, like, you know, bullets flying and shit like that, you know, out there doing goddamn, you know, Rambo stuff. No, that may be one aspect, but that's not how majority people are going to be able to stand up. All right, majority people are not fucking Rambo. All right, so yes, standing up is a good idea, but there's different ways of doing it, and there's many ways of attack. If you look at it in that direction, if you think about it, and if you think about it, when it comes down to it, it's just a strategic thing. But then also you got to think about outside the box. You got to think about totally outside of the parameters that have been provided to you, because the parameters that have been provided to you is the ones that they want you to stay under. So you got to think outside the parameters that's been provided to you, outside the fucking box, and start looking for new, maybe more creative and original ideas on how to actually combat the problem at hand. Now, this is stuff that I've also got to practice and also um, um, and do more of in my own life. So I'm kind of preaching to myself at the same time when I'm saying this, because there are things I even see in my own life that I need to actually continue to either work on or improve on to make it better. But, you know, um, and then also trying to find out exactly, you know, what exactly can be done. You got to understand, it's like that. You got to have that focus, though. That's another thing too. Is something else that I also have to keep reminding myself of, is to also not get distracted. Is knowing the focus of the goal. We got to figure out exactly where the goal is, what the goal is, and how do we achieve it? How do we get there? You know what I'm saying? Because right now we are literally in a war. I mean, you know, it may not be like bullets flying at the moment at each other, but we're in a war. It's more of an information war, a technological war, and it could get down to the point of some kind of physical violence type of war. It could very well get to that point. I mean, if these people keep pushing each other to the point where they get enough balls to sit there and actually use nukes, you know, that's another thing too. It depends on how far these people are willing to go to get their way. All right. And actually, how many people's lives they're willing to extinguish in the process to get their way. Now, history has shown that they're very, very willing to do so, and very capable of doing so, especially in modern day times with the type of weaponry we have today. So, it just comes down to if not only willing and also have the capability, do they have the balls to do it? because it's going to start off a kick off of, like, in a sense, like a whole nother thing. And the problem is like, my gut tells me it's all going to backfire on them. So whatever, if they do start it, which in my mind, I'm like, go ahead. I almost kind of dare them to do it. I'm like, go ahead, because honestly, you'll get exactly what you deserve. I mean, whatever comes to these so-called elites, these so-called, you know, royals or whatever, these people that think that they know better than the rest of us, they're going to get exactly what's coming to them, and there'll be no mercy. You know what I'm saying? There's, I, I'm not one of those guys to go out here and like and inflict the type of punishment that needs to happen to some of these people. I don't have that training. I don't have that capability or the infrastructure or the resources. There are people that do. And when it comes down to it, man, these so-called elite, they will not be able to show their face in public ever again. You know what I mean? Because honestly, actually, it would be so good to see those days in my lifetime, to the point where, criminals like politicians and stuff like that, people were throwing tomatoes at them as they walked down the street. You know what I mean? And that's like a normal thing. Dude, I would laugh my ass off. That would be perfect. Shame them and publicly shame these people that are literally criminals. You know what I mean? They should get the same punishments, if not more, simply because they are supposedly acting under the service. You know, I mean, it's like McDonald's and the guys that flipping the burgers, forcing the fucking owners of McDonald's on how to fucking do things. You know, forcing them at gunpoint to fucking pay them a certain amount of money, and every once in a while, the guy that works the burgers decide, I want a raise, so I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna put a gun to the fucking owner's head of McDonald's, and I'm gonna get a raise. That's basically what's going on right now. You know, we're just the slaves. If people would just open up their eyes, if we continue to allow them to do this to us, because the closer they get to the digital currency, that's full on slavery. You know what I mean? Where they got the control over that, and then they can just cut you off with the flip of a fucking mouse click. You know? Yeah. That's the thing. CSG, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, this. Can you imagine? Like fucking Boris walking around trying to make a speech and just throw some goddamn tomatoes at him and shit. I would laugh my ass off on live TV. Boris gets fucking a tomato thrown at him. And then maybe like a dozen of them thrown at him from different directions. A couple of eggs. I would fucking laugh my ass off if I saw that here in America too, with like Nancy Pelosi. And you start fucking just dribbling, or Biden starts dribbling or whatever, speaking his crap. Somebody throws an egg at him. And then next thing you know, a tomato from another direction. And then, dude, I would fucking crack up. I would love it. I would love watching live news at that moment. But just got to get through this fucking veil of these people actually have some kind of rulership, and they and just because, like, for instance, like when it comes down to legislation, you got a bunch of these people they're acting and they claim to be representatives of us, but they don't represent all of us. You know what I mean? Because you got to think about it. Even on the democracy part of it, which democracy is killing the fucking planet, we need to go back to a constitutional republic here in this country. Period. You know what I mean? Because this country has not been a constitutional republic pretty much the whole goddamn time. You know, it was signed in as a constitutional republic, and it was pretty much destroyed almost immediately after that. And now it's, you know, they claim it's a democracy. Fuck that. That's the same thing what's going around the goddamn world. They want to spread democracy, and you see what's happening is fucking the goddamn world up. But anyway, I digress on that shit. But it's gonna have to come down. You know, you hear a lot. I hear this a lot from a lot of different people, especially in other countries too. It's like they are, you know, since America's like this. I don't know. They keep an eye on America because a lot of countries will be even fucked even further than they already are fucked if America was to fall. Sup, Hector Mary? And that's the thing. And I've said this many times too. It's like if America was to fall, there's nowhere to defect to. I mean, you know, you're basically trading one plantation for another. All right. And I mean, if America was to fall, I mean, can you imagine how much worse some of these other fucking countries are going to get? How even more totalitarian they'll get? I'm saying it's just up to us, but it's up to us. I mean, it's up to us worldwide. You know what I mean? As people, not these fucking motherfuckers that just want to suck off of us like leeches. You know, these fucking, they're basically vampires, but they're using this, our sweat equity. They're sucking our sweat equity right out of us and sucking our soul and our spirit along with it. And then on the pedophile scenario, they're sucking the, I mean, literally drinking the fucking blood of children because they can think they can gain immortality from that. And that's like, I mean, this is something that these so-called fucking retard elite motherfuckers are doing. I mean, literally, that's why you see so many children end up missing and haven't been found ever again. And a lot of these children end up missing in the actual care of fucking children's services or some shit like that. You know, or supposed to be in the care of or under protection or whatever, of government supervision, whatever. They end up missing. I mean, you know, I mean, they're like, it's demonic in some ways. I mean, it really is when it comes down to it, you know. But that's not like a new thing. That's kind of like been happening for centuries also. There's a lot of groups out there that really believe they drink the blood of the children and, you know, they can gain like more like immortality out of it. You know what I mean? Or in modern days, instead of drinking it, they just do like blood transfusions and shit. You know what I mean? That's where, you know. And then when it comes down to the abortion part, where do you think all those body parts go, man? There's a lot of stuff, man, that gets recycled into these elites for different fucking remedies that are supposed to keep them alive forever. Why do you think some of these, like Nancy Pelosi's, it's just like a fucking zombie standing up? I mean, you know, I think formaldehyde is probably the only thing keeping her standing up or some shit. I don't know. But I mean, you know, seriously, it's like, if you notice, like, you know, very, very few of these really wicked politicians and bureaucrats have not had any kind of effect when it comes down to this crap in the this boogeyman that's been floating around for 2 years. Have you ever noticed that? I mean, it's only attacking, it's only infecting so-called everybody else, but none of them. You know, I question the whole goddamn thing in the first place. I mean, you know, honestly, I have not seen any evidence to actually even prove that even exists in the first fucking place. You know, but if it did, if it was real, and it is, and you know, it's interesting that you see a lot of these old motherfuckers that look like they could be pushed over with just like flicking them on the top of the head and they fall over. You know, you know, you know damn well some of these people are not the most healthy people either. You know what I'm saying? But yet it seems to be affecting everybody else but them. Don't get me started. That's Nikki's catchphrase right there. Don't get me started. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Constitutional republic. We need to go back to that. Get back to that. That natural common law, constitutional republic, back in the old day type of stuff. That's what we have to go back to in this country. We have to get away from this fucking democracy shit because that's nothing but destroying this fucking country. And it's destroying the planet, actually. Everywhere democracy has been spread, you notice that it's nothing but wartime and crap and turmoil. People live like shit. That's just every town. Every town. You know? Because who actually really gains from a democracy? Who really gains the most out of it? Who gains the most out of it economically? Who gains the most out of it influentially? Who gains the most out of it out of opportunities? All right, out of a democracy. Who gains the most out of that? Is it we the people? I mean, or is it the people that are supposedly claiming to be our public servants? You know. Yeah. Well, I mean, India, I tell you, man, it's interesting. I mean, you know, the federal the union, in a sense, doesn't mean shit if all the states don't to agree to it, because it takes each one of the states coming together to make that union, and for the federal government to have any kind of fucking anything to be even there at all in the first place, it had to have that fucking union. So I mean, you know, it's just basically getting back down to the basics, back down to the original scenario. I mean, and I think of I think Miss J said this one time. It's like, you know, if it continues in this route, it'll be like it is over in Europe, like in about 100 or so years, a couple hundred years or something. No, she said 1,000 years. I can't remember exactly how many years she said. No, you think about it, a couple of hundred years or whatever. Next thing it'll be like Europe. You know how there's many different countries. It's like each state would be its own country, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? If it continues in this direction, which you know, or the states can take back the authority that it has from the federal government and push them back down to where they need to be, you know, and have the federal government only being the whole reason is to protect us from foreign and domestic enemies. That's the whole goddamn thing. That's it. That's nothing else. That's it. That's the only thing they're supposed to be doing. That's the whole goddamn reason the federal government's supposed to be there is just to be there so to protect from foreign and domestic enemies. Uphold and protect the Constitution. Whole goddamn reason they're there. That's it. Nothing more. Tell you, man. The gold goes to shit and Epcot. That's another thing too. Epcot would be a good place to hold up at. If it all becomes abandoned, becomes Epcot. It's iguana free. Here. Hmm. Yeah. Hell, fire, and damnation, y'all. I don't know what else to talk about now. I don't know what else to rant about. I don't know what else is there. And I don't know. But I do know. I know later on today, I probably need to take a ride out to the damn store, get some, see what I can find for some food. Maybe see if I can find some stuff for Canon. Last time I was out, they didn't have anything. I think I went to Walmart. Where was I? I think it was at Walmart. I think it was at Walmart. I can't remember. I just happened to be looking in the section where they got all the stuff and all that stuff. They just didn't have anything when it comes down to Canon stuff. They were totally out. So I don't know. Maybe while I'm out today, kind of look around. If I find some like jars or stuff like that, try and grab some while I'm out. I don't know. But it's just it's crazy, man. It's like, man, I'm gonna tell you something. $100 does not go very far nowadays. It really does not go very far at all. Like I mean, I could put gas in the fucking vehicle and grab me a pack of cigars and a drink and hell, that's pretty much $100 right there. I mean, that's pretty damn close right there. It's $100. Damn, fucking cigars went up. My goddamn cigars went up another 15 cent day before yesterday. What Friday? It went up another 15 cent. I think that's the second time it's gone up in the past couple of months. It's irritating the shit out of me, and that's just like one aspect that I happen to, I keep track of the fucking price and stuff because I buy them all the time. But that's the other reason why I'm sitting there thinking about doing some like canning meat and stuff like that is because I was sitting there thinking it's like if I can get into it and then actually and do and get in and where I do it good, I know how to do it good. All right, that's what I'm thinking. I have to do it a couple of times to kind of get myself, broken into it and kind of get it to where I'm doing it right. Like anytime I see anything on sale, or even like when like me or my uncles or whatever, we happen to kill anything or whatever, like, deer or whatever, put that up in a fucking can that up, anything like that, can that up. and fucking set that aside, because I'm gonna say, because I tend to have a lot of rice that I save, and when it comes down to, because I do like rice, I do eat rice, but I also have that as a prepper type food. So I mean, if I start canning up meat, because I was sitting there thinking, I was like, I could do that, because I grow onions. I can throw some onions in there with the meat, and some garlic, you know, and that would be enough. Or I can go a step further and make like almost like a stew. Those like pieces of tomato in. I mean, not tomato, potato. Throw pieces of potato in there, and then maybe even like some carrots. So you're like onions, carrots, potato, and some meat all in that, all together in that jar. Boy, I'm gonna tell you, man, if I can it right, that would do all that mixed in together and let that sit for a while. Because I mean, the longer it sits, the better it's gonna get. All that stuff's gonna be like, oh man, you throw that in there with some rice. Shoot, that's gonna be awesome. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of me. I mean, like I said, I don't really have a lot of counter space, like in the kitchen to do all that stuff. So I'm gonna have to rig something up where I've got enough space to do everything. But I want to do stuff like that. Plus, I got that dehydrator. I'm thinking about, maybe making jerky, and then also maybe dehydrating some of those herbs and stuff like that, parsley and the chives and stuff. And it's just, I've got to get off my ass and do some of it and get it going. But I've been really looking into it, looking in, hell, I watch about 200 of YouTube videos. I'm pretty much a fucking expert at it, right? It's like anything nowadays is like, hell, all I gotta do is watch about 200 YouTube videos. I know exactly how to do it now. Well, see, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, that would be, I mean, that's another thing too. I start thinking about like a stew scenario, Indy, on the canning part of it. You think about it after, like, because the way I'm planning on doing it, I'm not planning on using a pressure cooker. I'm planning on just putting in boiling it, basically boiling my jars and stuff and cooking it, like that, like, letting it sit to boil for like about 3 or 4 hours in the jar and stuff. The thing is, man, even no matter which way you do it, the boiling takes longer. But the thing is, it's like um, after it sits in that thing for a while, um, all that meat tenderizes and all that stuff, and then the juices and all that stuff make a damn good gravy. So you talk about like a stew, yeah, you beef, carrots, potatoes, celery, and then yeah, beef, carrots, potatoes. I put onions in it too. I would put onions in it, me personally, and garlic, and but you tell you the juices and all that stuff from all that stuff would just make a damn good gravy too. So all that stuff would be great, and you mix that in there with some rice, dude. You are macking when it comes down to it. You think about it. The shit hits the fan. Everything's out. Everybody's out. All the stuff's gone. If you had a bunch of that stuff set aside, you'd be eating good. And that's a hell of a lot better than fucking MREs, in my opinion. That's the other reason why I want to do that too. Because I mean, yeah, I've got some MREs sitting aside, but I do not want to make that my fucking. Um, that's what I'm going to survive off of. I don't want to have to. That's the last, absolute last fucking resort is those fucking MREs. So I'd rather live off of something else that tastes a hell of a lot better than that. So that's the other thing too. My deer meat. I'm thinking it would tenderize the meat a hell of a lot more if I did it up like that and put them and can them up. Um, you know, and that's not. Yeah, I could. Yeah, And I can get quite a bit of that if I need, almost every year, especially from my uncles and stuff. And if I decide to go out and do some myself, I can get a lot of deer meat, and that'd be good to put that up and have that, and I can sit around for a couple of years if I need to, one or two, maybe three more, even more, depending on how I have it all stored. From what I understand, it's like, as long as I got it stored in a dark, pretty cool place, it'd probably last for more than a couple of years, 3 4 years, and it'd be good. So, and I'm gonna tell you something. If we got to the point where everybody's being forced to be fucking eating goddamn fucking veggie burgers and cockroach milk and shit like that, and hell, some canned meat would be fucking valuable. Be like gold. Yeah. Anyway, you guys, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, you guys. And I really appreciate everybody coming in tonight, this morning or whatever. And I'm gonna go kind of hang out and do some stuff, and try and get some things done today. And I'll probably be around here and there. You never know. I'm all over the place, and like I said, I mean, this place is this right here, this channel right here this is what it's for. So if people need a place to hang out and all that stuff, um, I have a place and stuff. And this is another thing too. Give me a place to vent all that other crap. But man, I really appreciate all you guys coming by and all that stuff, and hanging out with me for a while. And maybe next time I come up, man, or next time I put a live up, whatever, I can have some more people coming up on the panel. I love having the conversations. I mean, it's one thing sitting here just reading comments and then just kind of talking to myself. Basically, if I had other people to kind of talk to on the panel, it makes it even more interesting for everybody. So, but anyway, I am your host for Anarchy Television #2, the Wingnut Radio, and I'll catch all you guys on the flip.